Hello, everyone, and welcome to Night 3 of the NASPA Tournament of Champions presented by Scrabble GO. I am expert player Morris Greenberg, and I am here tonight with two-time former school Scrabble champion Andy Hong. How are you doing today, Andy?
I'm doing wonderful tonight. Thank you for having me, Morris.
Today should be an excellent match. We are actually going to be seeing another former school Scrabble champion, Jackson Smiley, who is one of the top 10 players in North America, battle Cesar Del Solar, another top player who has created a lot of interesting apps for Scrabble and such. We'll talk about that a bit tonight. But first, let's go and learn a bit about Jackson. So Jackson, as we mentioned, has won the School Scrabble Championship in 2011, and he actually appeared on Jimmy Kimmel Live after winning that tournament. Andy also had that experience. Andy, what was it like to be on Jimmy Kimmel after winning that tournament?
Well, it's an amazing experience that you don't really get too often when you're a kid. It's a good opportunity to extend your bedtime to midnight, I would say.
Yeah, and meet a celebrity too, I'm sure. Who do you meet that night?
The first time we met Little Kim, who bragged about how she just got out of prison and Dancing with the Stars, and then the second time we got to meet Seinfeld star Julia Louis-Dreyfus.
Love them both. Gotta love some Veep these days. Some other facts about Jackson: he travels across North America with another top-rated player, Josh Sokol, who you actually saw on the stream 2 nights ago, and they play Scrabble nonstop. So I know when I lived in Boston, they visited Boston, saw me very briefly, and then played probably about 10 games of Scrabble, exploring locations throughout Boston while doing it. So they do these sort of destination Scrabble trips. Another fun fact about Jackson is he really likes planting trees. He's planted over 200,000 trees over the past 2 years. It's a really cool hobby. To learn more about Jackson, let's go to him now.
My name is Jackson Smiley. I'm from Toronto, Ontario, and I've been playing Tournament Scrabble for over 10 years. I got my start back in middle school, and then I went on to win the North American School Scrabble Championship.
As a reminder, the link there is scrabble.zone/info if you want to learn more about the North American Scrabble Players Association, or NASPA, and participating in tournaments and getting to be a potential future Tournament of Champion player. Go to scrabble.zone/info. Now let's move on to Jackson's competitor, Cesar Del Solar. So Cesar, as we mentioned before, is a developer of Scrabble study and analysis tools. Aerolith.org is a word study site used by hundreds of Scrabble players. I know I use that even just today to practice my 7 and 8 letter words. He is married to another top-rated Scrabble player, Mina Lee, and they live in New Jersey together. And he, aside from Scrabble, likes to flex his creative side by being an accomplished musician. He plays the ukulele and guitar in his free time. He posts a lot of videos with it. They're really good. Andy, have you ever played Cesar before?
I have not had the honor of playing Cesar before, but with both of these players today, you're seeing just exactly how diverse the Scrabble community is, both in the game, but what they do outside. You know, Jackson, young guy who just planted hundreds of thousands of trees and helping our environment in Canada. And now you got Cesar, who is doing a phenomenal job for our community with Aerolith, and he's got an upcoming software that we'll be very excited to see in the upcoming months.
Yeah, and we might be able to talk more about that during this broadcast. But before that, why don't we turn to Cesar Del Solar?
My name is Cesar Del Solar, and I am a tournament Scrabble player. I live in New Jersey currently, and Scrabble is a huge part of my life. I married a Scrabble player, I have tons of Scrabble friends, and I have a Scrabble website. The website is aerolith.org, and it is a word study site for Scrabble players and for players of other word games.
And as a reminder once more, go to scrabble.zone/info to learn more about playing in the competitive Scrabble scene. Now, before we get to this match, one other thing we should point out is Cesar and Jackson have actually played each other a lot for the past few years. In fact, since 2017, Cesar has won the past 10 tournament games against Jackson. So we'll see if Cesar can continue that streak tonight, or if Jackson breaks that spell It seems like the players will be ready in the next few seconds, so let's turn to that now. Andy, do you have any final thoughts before the games get started?
Well, this is the quarterfinal matchup that I think will be very exciting to see, and maybe it'll go the distance because you've got two very talented young players. A lot of offense, I'm going to expect, and a lot of fun plays. So let's get right to it.
Yeah, and with that, Jackson is immediately showing his offense by playing Pledger. Now, all the players so far have liked to open their game horizontally. It's just as legal to open the game vertically, and Jackson, I know, is what some people like to call a verti, or a vertical opener player. So immediately he slaps that down and takes a nice lead to start the game. Meanwhile, Cesar has BDE, FIRR. Andy, what would you try to do in this sort of situation?
Well, when you're going against the number 3 ranked guy in the continent in Jackson, and if you got an extensive word knowledge like Cesar does, I would like to keep this board as open as possible, just to keep the opportunities available. And Cesar is starting to groom his rack towards getting a bingo, which in Scrabble terms, a bingo is like the home run, the touchdown of Scrabble players. It's going to get you 50 bonus points on top of the score that the play would make. So it's definitely what the goal of Scrabble players are going to go for. And you can expect both of these players are going to try to get at least 2 to 3 bingos apiece.
I couldn't agree more with that. And so Cesar is going to play, or try at least, the Leonard Skinner song Freebird. Unfortunately, that is not a word for him. As a reminder, if a word appears red, that means it is an invalid word. Normally in tournaments, we don't get that kind of checker, and you just potentially lose your turn if you try doing something like that and your opponent realizes it. Any play that's valid that a player will consider will light up in green. So they can't even submit these invalid plays like a Reforbid or Freebird as we're seeing now. But I like the move of when you have the option to just try things out, don't leave those opportunities on the table. So, and we can even see with Quackle, which is our handy Scrabble AI software that we're using for this tournament, that there are no bingos that Cesar has that are playable. So he will be looking to score a bit, try to keep a good lead, like Andy said. Andy, what are some specific plays you might be considering here?
Well, personally, I like the overlapping play of Reef, R-E-I-F. You play it parallel to Jackson's word, and you're going to score 30 points. It does close off the board, but for 30 points, keeping the B-R-D combination, you're going to, force Jackson to, maybe Jackson's got good tiles too. You're going to force Jackson to, make a different play. And of course, 30 points is tough to turn down. I'll be curious to see what Cesar is going through his mind. This is a tough rack, especially on the opening turn, so it is very understandable that Cesar is doing his due diligence here and spending a good amount of time, because the opening moments of a game is going to dictate the tempo of the rest of this match. So Cesar's doing a good job assessing all of his options.
And one other thing that we should mention is, Andy mentioned Reef scores so much. It could be that Cesar just doesn't want to do that at the beginning of the game. Andy was also talking about when you play a player like Jackson, you don't want to shoehorn yourself too much, especially when you're already down 78 points. So a play like Reef, even though it scores the most and has good valuation according to Quackle, it might be that Cesar opts for something like 4 here, keeping a slightly more friendly lead and giving himself a few more bingo lanes and such to more quickly get back in the game. So that might be his logic here when he's now considering plays like Forb. It looks like he's moving things around a fair amount, though, so I don't know what he's doing now, but it'll be interesting.
Like he's gonna try to play pre-bid here, keeping the F and the R. That is a good play because it scores 22 points, and it does keep this board still wide open. So that basically both of these players are basically agreeing that this is going to be a shootout. So expect both players to be in the 400s by the time this game is over.
Yeah, and Jackson's already quickly putting down his next play of Mako making 4 two-letter words simultaneously. Oh, he's actually putting it back now. I'm wondering what else he's considering, because that does score a lot of points. he might have noticed that he has a bingo option. So Keratoma could come down if he sees it. But he is going for boat mark right now. It is
I'm not familiar
invalid.
with boat mark, but
So,
I think he's got a lot of time. He can play around. Now, of course, Mako is well, that's 2032. That's 40 points, and once you've kind of found a 40-point play, you kind of get fixated on that because it's hard to turn down 40 something points.
yeah, it is a lot, and it's not really that large a mistake. You might think that not seeing a bingo automatically is a huge mistake. In this case, it is because it wouldn't have allowed for Cesar's bingo back of surfable. But the leave he had was really good and scored so many points that at least valuation-wise, it's not too far behind there. So Cesar plays surfable right away and makes an 18-point game. Meanwhile, Jackson did pick up the Q without a U, so we'll see if he uses the U in surfable or maybe tries something like COTS or COTS even this turn. I see COTS and Pledgers could definitely be an option.
Yeah, if I'm Jackson, that U does allow him to dump the Q for 30 points playing squat. When you don't have the U, you kind of are limited in your options. Most words that we think of in the English dictionary don't have a Q without the U, but Scrabble players are trained and they do study up the extensive list of words that will allow you to play the Q without a U, such as QAT. There's no open N for trank, so we'll see what he does. He's got a couple options. He could either play squat or he could play cats and pledgers, which I would prefer over squat. He could just play cats through the S and surfable for 26 points straight up. And it looks like he's opting for the higher scoring play. I don't know. I think the S on this kind of board is very valuable because of the S hook on pledger. So I might have played cats through the S and surfable. Morris, what do you think?
Yeah, I actually like this route Jackson's going. After a play like Cats, it really is starting to control the game a bit more. And with Jackson having an 18-point lead with a 38-point score after that, that's a really nice lead on a board that isn't quite as open as it would be if he leaves that dangerous Pledger lane. With Pledger, it's basically a stylistic thing that if you want to be a risk taker, you should go for it and play COTS, where Jackson did just now. If you want to sort of minimize risk, you might go with something like Pledgers and COTS. So Jackson did decide to keep his S there, and Cesar, meanwhile, is going to get his own second bingo now of Eventual, while Jackson will be able to play Transit directly after with Pledgers. So Cesar's considering his other options, but he might not like that the L goes in the triple word score, but it looks like he's going to be holding on this for a few seconds at least.
Well, he's probably looking to see if there are any other bingos. There aren't any. There's no sevens, and I think the only 8 on that rack would be Eventual. So he's doing his due diligence. Always good to take another 15 to 20 seconds just to make sure. Jackson will be able to hit back very quickly here with starting for a good another 80 points. So like I said, this is going to be a shootout. Cesar has already got 2 bingos. Jackson will get his second bingo and retake this lead.
Yeah, I mean, Jackson, so I actually don't know of the point difference between Pledgers and Transit versus starting here. Jackson might take the 4-point sacrifice here if he thinks that he doesn't want to leave that lane open. It's definitely an option. It looks like he's also trying Ratlins with 2 T's right now, which is not good.
Not familiar with that one. Between Transit and Pledgers, I would play Transit and Pledgers if it was a double-double. However, keeping with the style of this game and the nature of both of these high expert scoring offenses. I think playing starting for 80 points scores more, keeps this board still wide open. Because now, if you're Cesar, you've got to defend that L in the triple lane, and you've got the bottom half of that board still very wide open. It's open season for scoring in this a very exciting game one. Luckily, Cesar's got the Z and the blank, so he has a lot of weapons to use right now if he chooses to.
Yeah, and so we'll see if Cesar goes in the triple or maybe uses the A off starting. I mean, Jackson would have eye hole through the L and eventual if he doesn't go there, so that would be a lot of points. But yeah, if you're Cesar here, you definitely have a lot of options. You're probably going to get rid of the Z this turn and keep the blank just because you can score a lot with something like Zoa off of starting making Za, or, and At.
Yeah, Zoa's pretty good for 47.
Yeah, and Zoa or maybe even Azo, using the first T instead of the second T. Those might be some options he's considering. I don't think playing something like Galoot, though, is going to happen. If it could be that he really doesn't want to keep that L open right now, but Zoa or Azo just score so much and keeps a really prone bingo leave that that's at least what I would do. So we are back, and Cesar is still shuffling around his tiles, looking for plays, maybe aside from Zoa Azo, but that does score so much. I would be surprised if he goes a different route. Oh, it looks like he might be going for Gazoo here, though. He put the G there, but he switches it back right away, and he's now looking at Azo, making sure the tile bag is conducive to bingos maybe next turn. He sees the 8 E's available from his perspective. He doesn't know Jackson has 3 of those, but it looks like he's going to go back and play Azo now that he confirmed the tile bag looks the way he might want it to with a play like that. And I'd be surprised. Yeah, it looks like he's going for Azo. Perfectly good play here, and gives him a nice score there. But I'm guessing Ihole will come down quickly now. Yeah, we can see Jackson doing that immediately.
Either Ihole or Holy. I mean,
oh, interesting.
I personally would play Holy because it doesn't give you, there's still, 2 S's unseen, both blanks. I think Holy is fine, even if it does keep 2 E's and an A. I think at this point, it looks like most of the E's are about gone. We're about not even a third of the way through this game, and more than half of the E's have been seen. So I think it's okay that Jackson played Holy for about 45 points. I think that's still a fine move.
Yeah, agreed. I didn't see that right away, but I love the idea. It definitely reduces risk, and if Jackson had any inkling of suspicion that Cesar has an S there, yeah, Holy all the way over Ihole. So Cesar didn't get quite the draw he was hoping for. Letters like the W and the G can sometimes bingo with a blank, but in this case, it doesn't look like it. So luckily, there are some good scoring places available. He could play EW off of the F and A of Surfable. That looks pretty good here, but he could be considering a wide range of things. The board's still pretty open, so he doesn't need to consider too much opening up. One front hook that you might not know if you're new to Scrabble is Me, which is off of Mako and Prebid, can take an E in front of it. So that could be a lane he could use. He could also use off of the Y in Holy, or the R in Pledger, or if he picks up an S or uses blank as an S, pluralizing Pledger even to make pledgers and having a lot of room there. So he definitely has some available space. Andy, what would you try to do in this situation?
Well, your first instinct, and I think everybody's first instinct, might be to play EW and AW and FE in the the upper quadrant near Surfable for 30 points. I personally, feeling how this game is going to go, I would play OW simply because there's about 4 E's unseen, and we are getting down to the final 3 or 4 E's. And I personally would think that keeping 2 E's is better than OE on this particular point of the game. I'll be curious to see what the chat thinks here, but I would personally play OW, but both of them
And
are.
where would that be? Just because FO isn't a word.
Oh, I'm
so.
sorry. Yeah. I don't know what I was thinking there. Yeah, the chat's definitely gonna call me out for this one.
No, it's okay. I already got some flack, and it looks like Jackson's quickly going to play Jiver, and Cesar sitting on Stooged and Pledgers. That could definitely come down. Or Stegodon starting with the S in starting. So he's definitely going to have a few different options here, with Jackson quickly playing Jiver and taking a commanding 315 to 249 point lead. The bingo here for Cesar will get him right back in the game, though. It'd be great to sort of start looking at the tile bag, just because we've seen so many bingos so quickly. It's important to actually analyze that things like, oh, there haven't been a lot of I's played yet. That could matter a lot, especially because the Q's already been played. You don't want to get stuck with like 3 or 4 I's as this game continues to unfold. One other thing to notice here is mostly this game has been using the top half of the board. Most likely Cesar's bingo here will start opening up the bottom half. So there will be a lot of space for the remainder of this game. Someone will probably take that J spot to kind of complete the top. But as Cesar's laying down Stegodon now, my guess is after someone makes a play with the J, we're going to see a lot of plays with the bottom of the board.
It's very possible that we might be able to see a couple of 500 pointers in this. Now, I don't know what the record is for highest scoring cumulative score in this Tournament of Champions here, but I would imagine this game 1 is going to shatter that record here, especially if Jackson, he's got juice, like you said, right quickly back for another 42 points. And look at that, Cesar has just pulled in another bingo that he will be able to play in a multitude of ways. So this is going to be, we don't know when the scoring is going to stop. I mean, at this point, the only way we're going to stop is if this stream gets shut down.
Yeah, let's hope that doesn't happen. So the scoring continues with Juice here. Thanks for pointing that out. Joey Krafchick, who is another top Scrabble player. Again, if you have any questions, if you're newer here, feel free to ask in the chat. We're trying to look at that while looking at the game feed. And so we'll try to answer as many questions as you have throughout this broadcast too. So Cesar's going to get a bingo down here most likely. I'd be surprised if he doesn't find something in there. He has so many options. And Jackson also pulls...
He's got Suasion for the double-double.
Very nice find. Yeah.
What I might spend some time here is he's got a good enough rack. I would look for a 10 through the A, B, and the N in eventual and find a 10-letter word for a double-double. Now, that's going to be a tall order. If Cesar had more time, I'd probably say go ahead and spend maybe a minute or two to find that play. But if not, Suasion, the double-double on its own is another 86 points. So, but with this kind of rack, especially with the blank on this kind of board, so many options. I would think, Cesar was going to spend at least a minute and a half to figure out what the best play is.
Yeah, I mean, the game is also winding down quickly, even though we're only 20-some minutes into this broadcast. Getting so many bingos down so quickly will speed up the game awfully quickly. So it really is a cool idea to try to look for 10s. I know I tend to not do that just because I have limited time, and I'm going to see, okay, well, it looks like even if I get... so that's 5 extra points for the A, B, and N times 4, because it's 2 doubles is 20 extra points. Adding the hooks of Pledgers, I think would get roughly like 10 or 11 points. I should actually look that up. So 12 points. So it would be an 8-point sacrifice. And if I didn't see anything right away, I don't think those 8 points are likely to actually come into fruition, with first me actually seeing a word that could be there, and second, not wasting too much time that I could lose 8 points of value later on from having to rush my plays. So it's definitely going to take some time here, but hopefully puts down something sooner rather than later, because he's definitely much lower on time than Jackson.
Yeah, can we get the remaining tiles pulled up again just to see? Because, we've had these big blows by both of these heavyweights, bingo after bingo, that we haven't really had a chance to just settle down and see, looking ahead and be like, what's going to be the play or the last tile out there that could really define who wins this game. If you look at the unseen tile pool, there's only one S out there, and then there's the X. So it's very possible whoever pulls either one of those two letters is gonna, be the victor here. And we know, looking at Jackson's rack, he's gonna put down at least Maline's down. Or he's got a multitude of options for his bingo to counter Cesar. So we're gonna continue to see some scoring.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Because the one of the few tiles that can go in front of a Y besides one of the vowels is an M. So he could definitely play Malines here if Cesar doesn't make a word that goes towards the end of the board. It looks like, though, Cesar might not be seeing suasion right away. It looks like he's going to do asinus with a blank C. And so I forget if Seminole takes an S, but if it does, Jackson would have Seminoles or off of the S from asinus. He might have other bingos too. That's just what's jumping out to me right away. So,
well, he would have. No, linesman no longer fits.
It looks like menials. Menials, of course, off of the O and R in Pledger is his highest scoring bingo.
Oh, that's right.
Available.
Yeah, that part.
So I missed that spot at first, it's so many things look so close here. He's going to try Geminals, it looks like, and Pledgers, which would score a lot if it were valid, but unfortunately, Geminal does not take an S, just like Seminole doesn't take an S. So
take advantage of the fact that Scrabble Go allows you to, practice. Trying to get involved and try to work your way up to being a club or a tournament player. Scrabble Go is a great segue there because it does let you experiment with tiles, so you can make sure you play only valid words.
And a great suggestion by Benji is to play Mina Lee, because that is Cesar's wife's name. I love the creativity. That's hilarious that Jackson has not one but multiple Mina Lees on his rack. Unfortunately, Cesar couldn't see that, so I don't think Jackson could truly troll Cesar, but he could troll the chat, I guess, if he did that. But that is such a funny coincidence. Wow, great find, Benji.
Now, you saw Jackson try to play Talisman, which, yes, it's not a word, but I think the reason why Jackson might have experimented with that word is because in school Scrabble, in the later years, they allowed teams to make up their own, team names. Before 2010, most team names were basically, Salem Elementary School number 5, or, Green Hope Middle School number X, or whatever. But I think in 2011, when Jackson won, there was this team. I think the two team members were Nikki Vasquez and maybe Thomas Draper, and their nickname was the Talisman. So maybe that's where Jackson is channeling it from. Interesting, Jackson, like us, is missing the menials play, the overlap, or he could have seen it, but he chose not to play it because it's opens and dangles that S in the triple lane. And I think Jackson is trying to somewhat calm this game down. He does take a slight lead here.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I think Jackson, even if he missed menials, my guess is he would take a few fewer points to play minerals. He wants to, with a 21-point lead at this point, you don't want the game to get out of control. And Jackson's usually really privy to those sorts of board dynamics as the tile bag dwindles. One other reason also why he might have tried talisman is because talisman is a word, but it doesn't pluralize like that. It is not a man who wears a talus or something like that. He might as well try all of his options, as Andy said, until he feels satisfied with the valid word. So we see there are 15 tiles unseen. That means there are 8 in the bag. So Cesar has 4 minutes and 15 seconds, so he doesn't have a ton of time. to decide, but it looks like he's going to go with Lifer for 34 points, I believe, or at least he was considering that. Now he is considering a play that favors a good bingo leave. It definitely is a lot to be thinking about here. This board definitely has a fair amount of openings. The S in Asinus is really prone for bingos, and the problem with that is unless you can make a play that can go parallelly to that, like XI or something like that, it's really hard to block that spot. If you make a play that ends in S, like if he played Fires or something right now, which isn't a good play at all, it would open up even more dangerous spots. So you need something like an M or an X or an N to really close down that S spot. So Cesar might be thinking, I don't have any of those. Maybe I should just try to score a bit now, keep really good bingo leave, and hope Jackson doesn't go there either.
Well, I think, Cesar, you saw he was attempting to put the F near Stegiodon. That would be and play Lifer. This accomplishes two things. It scores a lot of points, and it will prevent Jackson from hitting the XI for 52 points back. Now, if I would have probably tried this unorthodox play, and we'll see if the chat agrees, or maybe they don't like this play at all, but maybe I would have played something like Flog, Flog, through the O and Asinus, keeping ICER.
Right, yeah.
And the reason why I do that is because there are only 4 vowels left unseen, and those are really good bingo tiles. You keep the S lane open, you've got the left side of the board open, and it's probably, you have to assume that maybe if Jackson does have the X, you're going to need a bingo of your own to hit back with. But Lifer is a good play. It scores a lot of points, gets him the lead, and more importantly, right now, it'll prevent Jackson from getting the 52 easy points, and it's going to make him think a little bit of how to use that X differently.
Yeah, I think if the scores were reversed, I would definitely consider a play with like that. I think when you're down 21, though, you probably need to score a bit more just to have a bit of a lead to be able to make up any big play that Jackson has. So we have 3 tiles left in the bag now. I guess we do have perfect information of Cesar's rack, although I think I actually missed part of his rack, but I think he has an E in the bag still, so there are definitely some vowels that Jackson could pick up. Thank you.
So
he has
boy.
ACGIRWY. Cesar does, that is. And so it looks like, Jackson's even pulling up the tile bag now of what's remaining. So an E is definitely in the bag, so if Jackson even uses his I here, he will pick up a vowel. This is definitely a tricky position for Jackson, and plays like Picks, for instance, which score a lot, could be dangerous, but he might want to do something like that. I'm actually going to look at the chat quickly to see if anyone suggested any plays. So it looks like PHT has been suggested. That's a really nice idea, shutting down the S from Asinus, making up an SH or sh. That could definitely be an option. That would empty the bag, though, and how good would that leave for X spots? The one problem with that is the U off Asinus is probably Jackson's best X spot at this point, especially because he only has an I. So it is a cool idea, but Jackson definitely needs to think about, do I keep the vowel and make something like T? Do I play the X right now and have a few more letters that can maybe make longer words for synergy? It's really important to be thinking about those types of plays.
Well, I think with 3 in the bag, Jackson is also going to be thinking about how he wants to play. Does he play 2 letters and keep 1 in the bag, or 3 or more and empty the bag? And that's going to be really, really interesting. I think the suggestion of playing PHT, in my opinion, is a stronger play, because you threaten the X, because the X is going to go down in so many ways. It can go down in Zax. You got EX Stegiodon, plenty of options. And by holding on to the X, Jackson is going to force Cesar to play based on the fact that he has to defend that X coming down. If Jackson uses that X right here, yes, he'll score a lot of points, but that really gives a sigh of relief to Cesar, knowing that he doesn't have to play defense around that X too much. But with
Yeah.
7 minutes on Jackson's clock, it's good that he's taking time here to really assess what are his options are. Is it possible to see how much time does Cesar have on his clock? Because I know he was a little bit behind Jackson. So okay, so he's got 3 minutes. He's not in danger zone, under 2 minutes. So both of these guys have a good amount of time left, and
So
I think it's very thoughtful that Jackson is doing his due diligence here to make sure that he's playing not just for this turn, but for next turn as well.
yeah, so I guess if you really think Cesar is prone for a bingo here, PhD has to be the play, just because the S is such a good bingo lane. But another option could even be something like mixed off of the MI from minerals and lifer, keeping that vowel and scoring with your X now and not emptying the bag. It doesn't score as many points. It uses your most hefty scoring tile, the X, but it might be more conducive to out in two plays, which we've talked about a bit in this stream, just really help with close games, being able to go out before your opponent and getting that extra turn often is the deciding factor in close nail biters like this. So he could even do mix, actually, since mix does take a T back hook and there are no other T's left in the game and no other back hooks aside from the T for mix. So if he wants to block the S, PHT seems like the right idea. He could definitely be doing something that, he plays juiced. He doesn't want to empty the bag here. So I'm not sure if juiced is the right play or something like mix maybe, but I actually think that's a really good idea, especially because Cesar is pretty low on time. He needs to figure out a way to make the right play here in a short amount of time. I really like this idea of not emptying the bag.
Can we start Cesar's clock? I don't think it's running.
That's a great call.
But this is a really strategic decision by Jackson, and if we had a lot of time between games, we would come back to this position. And I think for those in the chat, this is going to be, maybe a play of debate. I'm okay with juice because, you keep two in the bag, and this kind of, threatens to Cesar that, hey, Jackson might have a bingo ready to go. And, from the unseen tile pool, that is a legitimate bluff to have. If anything, it works out in Jackson's favor here. He does pick up that O, so now that X becomes very, very versatile. It can go down in a multitude of ways for at least 40 points. But let's focus on what Cesar can play right here. He's got high scoring letters, but not a lot of synergy among them. So we'll be curious to see what he settles on.
So he is considering a Gauzy right now. That is a really interesting idea. I think he's considering, well, I want to get rid of some of these bad letters. Unfortunately, it might just be that doesn't score as much as he needs here. There are so many tiles that are so key. I think one brilliant thing about Jackson not blocking that spot last turn is he does still keep XI there. So that might have been why he didn't use his X and didn't block there. He might be thinking Cesar could notice that he might need to block there and sacrifice a lot of points, and I could cash in the X there. So I think it actually could have been a super clever move that Jackson did, but it looks like he will now play the P off. I mean, I see he has some really nice PH ideas down for
like
triple.
Fought.
Yeah, so
honestly, maybe Fought would be, a really nice play because that scores a ton of points. He's going for Sphinx here, which is interesting that Quackle puts him at 0% win odds because of that. Oh, well, he's down by 33 points. Let's go into why Quackle thinks that HA Haint and or Hatpin, or really Haint, is the winning play at I9. So the reason why, do we have the rack of Cesar pulled up that we can take a look at?
So Cesar has remaining. He has now that he played that, I think he has Cringe as a rack, so he needs to block Cringes off of the S from Asinus. Yeah, so the key there is he first needs to block cringes as a play off Asinus, and then Haint scores enough while keeping 2 spots for Pox. You can see off of the OD in Mako in pre-bid, that would be a great option for him to play there. And then he would also have off of the U and S and Asinus, he could play Pox down the triple for even more points. So that's the logic behind a play like Haint, or a play like Haint specifically. Hatpin, I'm guessing, is going to do something similar where it allows him to get a good out in 2 and not allow Cesar to go out. And it looks like he's playing Haint now.
If Jackson puts down Haint and presses submit, this is master class of Scrabble. And hopefully he's doing the math in his head right now. But this is a really tricky one because this requires you to do not only calculate both plays for himself, he also has to make sure that whatever Cesar hits back with doesn't overcome his outplay of Pox. So spend that last 2 minutes here, really do that math. But this would be a very impressive find. This kind of play is a little difficult to see if you are running short on time. So it was good that Jackson, kept a nice time reservoir going into this crucial final rack of the game.
Yeah, for sure. So I think the key there is if you see cringes, you have to be looking at all the ways you can block it and scoring enough. And so Jackson is highly rated for this reason. He finds these out in 2 sequences, which are so hard to see, especially with so little time and being broadcast live. This is it's a disgustingly good find what he just did.
Play. And that's the kind of quality play we've seen every night on this Tournament of Champions. And kudos to both of these players. And good thing is we're going to get at least 2 more games of these 2 guys going at it. And look at this. Both players have already eclipsed 450 points. So we're going to see, if Jackson's able to play Pox down to the triple, he might be able to pass 500. Cesar's down to his final minute here. He's going to be thinking about ways that he can go out right now. And then once he's discovered that he cannot go out, he's going to try to find ways that will maybe try to prevent Jackson from going out. But because Jackson played really well and kept POX, there's no way to block that out in 2 of Jackson.
Yeah, this is just Cesar shaking his head no. He realizes, I can't believe Jackson found that play. I was in such good shape. After a play like Way, I'm up. I can't believe Jackson just found that one win out of sheer force. So it looks like he's now going to play Carving. Perfectly good play. Scores a lot of points. And he will hit 500. But Jackson is going to win this game because he has Pox down to the triple and he's laying it down now. What a win for Jackson Smiley to start off this match and snap his 10-game losing streak to Cesar.
Now, how much is this? 46-48? So by just 3 points. Wow.
Yeah,
and if this was in a real life tournament, there'd probably be a recount going in. Now, Scrabble Go, the app, does this thing where they subtract the value of your unplayed tiles and add them up to your opponent. In tournament Scrabble, we just double them up and add it to your opponent's rack. So if this was a tournament game, the final score would have been 501. No, it would have been 503 to 500. So it would have kept Cesar over 500 points. But what a great way to start this fantastic quarterfinal series.
Yeah, I think that was the second highest scoring game for the winner in this tournament. And I think Cesar's loss is not only the highest loss we've seen, but the third highest game score we've seen. So it's really hard to get over 1,000 points combined in a game. And they just did that. So it looks like Jackson excused himself for a sec. So he's going to be coming back in the next minute. So stay on. We should get started back in the next minute. Maybe if you're in the chat, it'd be great to predict game score of the next game, just because, and let's do total game score. Will they beat their 1,001 point total this game, or will they get less? How much less if so? How much more if so? It'd be great to get some guesses in the chat of what you think the total game score will be in the next round. While we are waiting for Jackson, also, a few plugs we should do. First off, NASPA, the North American Scrabble Players Association, is this organization that is sponsoring this event, or holding this event even. If you want to learn to play like these players, score 500 plus points in a win, score 499 in a loss, get involved by visiting scrabble.zone/info. Also, you're watching this on our YouTube channel. If you're enjoying this content, don't forget to like and subscribe. Lastly, before Jackson pops back on, let's just plug Scrabble GO. These players are playing on the phone app Scrabble GO. If you're not already playing Scrabble GO, you can start by scanning the QR code on the screen in the main page and also down here in our commentator view now. And they will pop up on your phone if you scan your phone there, and you can download it and start playing against possibly Jackson, possibly Cesar, possibly other people. So it looks like they're ready. Andy, what are you going to look for in game 2?
Well, in other sports games, they might say, well, you had a high-scoring game in game 1. Maybe you should play more defensively in game 2. I think in Scrabble, it's not like, you can't really adjust your game plan drastically like that. I think keep the pedal to the metal. This was an exciting game, and it's the kind of game that is, at the end of the day, fun to play for the viewers. And of course, I think, if we ask them, I'm sure they'll say that it was a fun, thought-provoking experience for them as well. It will be a good game too, and we'll see if Cesar is able to tie the series up or if Jackson can get a 2-0 lead. But with the skill level of both of these players, this could easily go to 5 games, no matter who wins game 2.
Those are all good thoughts, and now we will get started. We will see if Cesar can open with a bingo this time, like Jackson opened last time. But it looks like he's going to hit rematch now, and we are off. So Cesar is holding EGHNOPT. This doesn't look like a bingo right away. He could have something like pathogen if there was an A on the board, but that is not the case. So, Andy, what do you look to do in this sort of situation where you have some good scoring tiles, some good bingo tiles? What's going to be your thought process here?
On the opening turn, it's always good to try to do what Cesar is doing here, score good amount of points and use up a lot of letters. It looked like he was going to try to play phone at the beginning for 28 points. Like you said, there's, he doesn't have an I, he doesn't have the open A to play a bingo through. So I think playing making a move like phone for 28 points is a good way to this game. And phone takes a lot of back hooks too. So this is going to be, looks like it could be another high-scoring game. We'll see how Jackson counters.
Yeah, phone does give a few 3-letter front hooks, though. I have to point this out now that Josh isn't on stream to point this out. So he could have something like diaphone or earphone coming up. Those are 2 pretty common 3-letter combos that are often on people's racks. So we'll see if phone does get extended this game. If you see any other phone words aside from those 2, feel free to point it out in the chat. So it looks like Jackson is scrolling through his matches trying to find his versus Cesar. He finds it now. And let's see his tiles. So he has AAEIIPS. Not quite the best letters right away, but he could definitely try to do something here to get rid of some of those extra vowels. Usually you want to keep roughly a balanced sleeve of 2 vowels, 2 consonants or something like that. What's jumping out to you right now, Andy, as an option?
Well, I think a lot of people look at this rack and say, is there an open R for apiaries? Because Scrabble players like Jackson and Cesar have probably studied the bingo lists that use at least 70% vowels. Unfortunately, there's no R for him to play here. He is going to look to extend phone here, which is a good idea. You don't want to miss those easy extension or high scoring extensions. So it's good that he's looking for them. In the end, it would be good to undouble the A, the I. So you could either play AI or you could just play Pia for a modest 17 points.
Yeah, I might prefer playing AI there. That's just a stylistic choice for me, though. I know a lot of players have different preferences here, but AI definitely keeps a really nice leave. AEIPS has a lot of flexibility, and it doesn't take that many front hooks. Only an R can go right in front of AI. So it's definitely not too open a play and gives him some flexibility for next turn. And it looks like that's exactly what he does. Meanwhile, we see the other side of the equation for Cesar. Often when one person has a lot of vowels, since there's a similar amount of vowels and consonants in the entire bag, it often means the other person has a lot of consonants. So I see thing as an option right away, playing through the HI, and it looks like Cesar is considering that right now.
Thing, or he could play something like gold and ale for 6, 10, 13 points. Between gold for 13 and thing for 18, what would you play, Morris?
Yeah, I actually like gold even better. That's a great idea, just because there's a lot of synergy for D, T, and G. If you pick up two vowels, especially in I there, you could get something like detting, or just a lot of ing words, darting, things like that. So it's definitely a cool idea. The one concern, though, is AI only takes an R front hook. When you put an L after for a play like gold, you're all of a sudden exposing big W plays, big F plays, big J plays, probably even more worrisome. So that could be one thing that Cesar is concerned about by playing something like gold or even gong he had set up before. And so this is interesting. He's going to choose to exchange everything except the D. It's a really cool idea because on this board, phone, D is a back hook to it. As a reminder, a hook is just a one letter that you can put at the front, would be a front hook, or at the end would be a back hook. So he has a back hook there. He could also see diaphone maybe as a possibility. So he chooses to keep the D there, which I think is a nice idea. And Jackson responds with pi, trying to get rid of vowels, and he's continuing to have vowelitis even after that drop.
Yeah, I guess Cesar would exchange because Jackson played just 2 letters, AI, so that's going to probably telegraph to Cesar that, hey, Jackson's probably got a lot of vowels on his rack. So exchanging isn't too bad. But I would actually do it this way. Because he played AI, you mentioned the good points about how, he could stick a W or J in front of ale. If he's playing AI, he probably doesn't have any of those consonants. And if he just drew them, he's only drawing 2 letters. In the end, it does work out for Cesar. He pulls out the ridiculous 9-point, a disconnected 9 being a very, very cool find for him to play for 67 points to take an early lead.
Yeah, that's a flex on camera for sure. Finding a disconnected 9-letter word is always an awesome thing to get in a tournament. And Jackson can only respond by exchanging, although he does draw Thewers, I believe is the word. Although after these past few days of not knowing my words, oh no, it's weathers actually. I mix those up all the time. So WETHERS could come down next turn for Jackson. It is the most available bingo spot, so we'll see if Cesar uses his Y to make phony. That is another back hook to phone. But
yeah, he could play like yowl and phony, which I really like that. Or he could just play yeah, I think yowl and phony is a great play, but can we Cesar just played a disconnected 9 and he played it in less than 30 seconds. Let's take another moment there just to, just be very impressed with that speed. I mean, he made arrowlet, so that is the level of play that he's going to do for us. Interestingly, he is playing Quay here rather than yowl.
Yeah, I like that option. The W is actually a pretty good tile. Just because the E in row 13 can take a W as a back hook, so he could make a triple play there at the next turn, whereas the Q really doesn't have anywhere to go on this board. So he elects for a few more points to play Quay and simultaneously blocking Weathers. So that is a huge swing right there. If he went down and played something like Yao, or that was Quackle's top suggestion, he might have not been able to recover just because phony can take an S. we've seen a lot of phonies attempted throughout this tournament. Phony does mean an invalid word, so it is really funny that we get to see phony at the center of this board in a version of Scrabble that only can take non-phony words.
Yeah, so Jackson's doing his he's surveying the field, trying to find, okay, he blocked both of my bingo spots. Can I find a replacement? I think the best play here is once he's figured out that there's no place to play bingo, he'll settle on Hugh, and I say settle kind of liberally there. That's 35 points, keeping a phenomenal lead.
I'm not actually sure. Like, it is definitely the best play statically. ERST is a great leave, and Hugh scores a lot of points. But Jackson might be thinking if he plays Hugh, that really limits bingo options. If you look EH, it's really hard to play bingos through that, and you might be able to find a 9 through DE. But if that's your only bingo spot on the board, essentially, you're really hamstringing yourself. So ERST wouldn't be that good a spot even after that.
Well, he's got the S, and that hooks onto Quays and Phonies, and he's got the R, which could go in front of AI. So, but Hugh does close off the bottom of the board a little bit, but that doesn't mean Cesar can open it up for him. And because he keeps the T, and a lot of letters go in front of HEW, so he could play an 8 and hook Thew and make a lot of points that way. So,
yeah, I actually missed that hook. That's a good point. Hugh can take both an S and a T, and he was holding both of those there, so that could have also been part of his logic. So if you're Cesar here, you do have a nice lead. You're more than double Jackson's score at 124 to 61. Cesar also has an I, which is key with a Q, so he could play something like a raw in. Andy, what's jumping out to you here?
Well, he does have the I, so he could hook QI. The other option is to play, hook the R onto AI and try to make a play that way. But I personally he's got the W, and that could hook onto hip for whip, and OPA is a word now, so he could make a play in front of that, like low, actually. Or, he's between allow and just plain low. I personally would keep the A because, there's a Z unseen. And, at this point, maybe Jackson doesn't have the A himself, although a lot of letters do go in front of LOW. Looks like Cesar is going to, make a different hook in front of Hugh and try to find a different word that would, double the W essentially, which would be a great play. Unfortunately, it looks like the only word available would be non-war. We'll see if Cesar can work his way towards that play, but I personally would play LOW on top of phony and make OPA and whip.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea. It would open up the board a lot, though. Low takes a lot of hooks from an S to an A to a G to an F to a P. So it does leave a really easy bingo lane because there's just so many hooks there, especially the A and the S. A lot of bingos contain one of those letters. So I'm not sure I would do low. I might risk it. I would need to think how likely Jackson would have been to be holding a Z when he played Hugh. I'm actually not sure. This was a weird board for the Z prior to that turn, but I think given that Cesar is probably thinking Jackson's holding good bingo tiles with Hugh, A-low makes a lot of sense instead of low, just because it doesn't allow for as many bingos, even though it could allow for a big Z play. So
I mean, you bring up the good point. It does open up the board. Whip does take a T in addition to the S, so this could be it could allow Jackson to hit back really, really nicely. Jackson is saddled with 3 E's, which is going to make his life a little bit difficult. And does Queerest fit? I don't think Queerest fits, unfortunately. But Queer itself will play for 28 points, and that's what Jackson's going to play, keeping a phenomenal lead.
Yeah, and so that was by far the top play there. when you have those sorts of racks, if you can get rid of the UEE and score 30, you take it, or 28, excuse me. Meanwhile, Cesar has a really good rack. He has drawn the other blank. Brining I see as a 7, but I'm not sure that can play. So he could play Braining, though. Through the A, he just stuck out. So we'll see if he plays Braining. I don't see any other bingos right away, but Andy, are you seeing anything? Oh, wow. He's finding a sick word. He's finding... I didn't see this at all. What a good find by Cesar. He's finding renminbi, which is...
Renminbi.
Yeah,
I don't think that takes an S either.
No, it doesn't.
He's going to play the double-double.
That's oh my God.
He's going to play the 68 point. That is a... If this was a real tournament, maybe Cesar plays it one row over just to, bait the S hook.
Yeah, I actually liked it better in the other spot just because now he still leaves that R open off of queer, and that could be a key letter for bingos. When you're up 217 to 89, you want to just minimize worst case scenarios. And the worst case scenarios for Cesar is Jackson hits a bingo through the R this turn, through the A next turn, and it's all of a sudden back in it. So I slightly prefer the other spot, but Cesar's had 2 awesome flex plays this game of Contemned and Renminbi. Wow, what an A-game performance by Cesar. And Jackson is trying out whip. I think he probably would have hoped for out whips to make it a double-double, but he's going to settle for the whipped hook that Andy pointed out before with out right now. It looks like keeping those S's, maybe hoping to get a bingo off of queer, pluralizing that at some point.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Quackle likes autos the best. I don't personally like that because it dangles the A out in the triple lane, but Jackson's down by 128 points, so it's okay to be a little bit aggressive here.
Yeah, that is interesting. So Jackson's actually one of, I think, his strongest aspects as a player and why he's so highly rated is he really knows how to play to the situation. So you're going to probably see textbook, how do you play a game where I'm down by 120 plus points, not that far into the game. Jackson, I think, is doing a really cool idea here. Out takes a ton of front hooks, so Cesar has to think about that. He has to think about plays on the other side of the board. Jackson's doing another aggressive play here. He's, I guess, trying asterisk. So he is trying that right now, but he's now seeing that isn't a word. So if he goes back without, though, it's a really cool idea. It scores a bunch of points and gives another bingo lane potentially on the board for him. He could definitely go a lot of directions here, and I think but out is definitely not a bad option. 32 points. Leave open another bingo spot. Keep an S or both S's for queers. It seems pretty good. So you can see our bracket. We just showed you that for a second, but we are back.
So it looks like Cesar is thinking hard on this play, mainly because, keeping double G's is not ideal, but, he's up by nearly 100 points, and this board is starting to be a lot closed down compared to how it was last time. I think this is a phenomenal play. It scores a lot of points, and yeah, he goes with I think, personally, that's the play I would make.
Yeah, you can't go wrong scoring that many points while you're already up. And so Cesar, again, has more than double Jackson's score, leading this game 247 to 121. Jackson is now looking to make sure that Renminbi does not take an S. So that might be a bit of a disappointment to him. But I think he's probably going to play something like a C here, opening up a few different dangerous spots, but it scores decently, and it's kind of what you need to do if you're Jackson here, probably. He might be looking in the bag first to make sure that Cesar might not have the X, for instance, which he does have. But yeah, I think I would still probably play a C, even with knowing that the X is still out in the game.
Yeah, I mean, with the way this game is shaping out to be, there are so many different types of like the Z still plays on top of a low, but you're down by 120 points. It's okay to be very liberal here and just blow this game up. And who knows? I mean, that's the only way you're gonna get back in this game. A good player like Cesar is not gonna give up any easy plays to Jackson. So Jackson's going to have to make these opportunities himself.
Yeah, so I think he's thinking about a C. He might be thinking about exchanging here, maybe. I mean, there's still half the game left, essentially, or slightly under half the game. So even though he's down 120, we've seen Jackson and other players in this tournament just show master classes in how to start opening the board to your advantage to possibly jump back in the way you'd hope. But he goes for a more defensive Ansei instead. Also a really good idea. It probably also is more conducive to being able to open up the bottom right part of the board, which could be an objective of Jackson's at this point.
Like it keeps the S hook on queer open, and he's got the S here. Let's see. Cesar's got the X, so he has options. He's got the the OX or AX at the triple lane in the A column next to allow for 36 points. I don't see anything else that pops out. Do you?
Yeah, well, if he wanted to start trying to close down the area that Jackson might be trying to open up right now, he could play Axe through the E in Ansei that Jackson just played with. It scores a bit less, but it would muck up that area even more. So it definitely it depends on which area of the board he wants to try to block. The Z is going to be a really key tile, as Andy mentioned before. The A for A-low does allow for ZA plays, and if Cesar does play there, Zax is also a word. So
yeah, so he can't block that one either. I don't know. I don't know if playing. I mean, that's a good point about defense, but playing Axe on top of Ansei doesn't really block that. It does block that bottom right-hand quadrant a bit, but it's not big enough for Jackson to play bingo there anyways. But it does play defense. Cesar's got decent amount of time, 90 minutes to go. We're a little over halfway through this game. So I'd like him to pick up this tempo a little bit, just so that in the case that this game does get tight at the end, he won't have to worry about going overtime. And for those who might be newer to the game, the overtime penalty in Scrabble is 10 minutes per any fraction of a minute that you go overtime.
Yeah, we've seen a few people flirt with that 20-minute time. We saw someone finish their game with 2 seconds left. We saw someone finish their game with, I think, 6 seconds over, although we messed up on the clocks. We did not penalize them this tournament. But the clock is definitely something to monitor and could be a key player. And probably not this game since Cesar has such a big lead, but maybe in a future game, similar to that 3-point game we saw in round 1. So Cesar shuffling his tiles a bit more here. I wonder what else he's considering. He might be thinking a play like Axe or Ox, he doesn't really want to keep 2 Gs and 2 Is, so maybe he's going to try to think about ways to undouble those this turn. We haven't really talked about it, but one thing you could often do with your X is try to form a setup. So he could be looking for that now, since the X takes so many 2-letter words, right? Ax, X, Xi, Ox, and Xu. That's definitely an option with the X, even more so than any other power tile. So Cesar instead elects to get rid of one of his Gs and plays Glout. I think he's probably just thinking the X has so much scoring potential on this board that he doesn't need to use that right away. But it definitely is a counterintuitive play. I would have expected if he didn't go scoring to have gotten rid of an I, just because there were a lot of I's remaining, and he had 2 of them. So, Andy, what do you think Cesar's logic might have been there to go with a go?
I think Cesar is looking at that bottom right hand or bottom left hand quadrant near the triple and seeing the E next to the double letter and trying to block that. Because if Jackson has, an H or a W or, an M or a B, he can make a 4-letter word right there, or go up towards the top triple if he's got any of the front hooks towards layout. And that would score 40 points. Jackson is down by 120. He's going to need to play, a bingo and something extra, either 2 bingos or a series of high 40-point plays. So I see the logic behind Cesar's play, and he has the luxury of having a large lead where he can afford to make these defensive plays, because even if Jackson hits a bingo right now, he still needs another bingo. So we call this, I would consider this to be a 2-possession game, essentially. Jackson needs at least 2 turns to make up the deficit. So Cesar's play is perfectly fine, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't know. I think one comment in the chat towards the setup route could have been gyro or gyro, I guess, last turn, through the R and queer, just because that would have made Ox and XI possibilities for 50 points. I might have gone that route instead, especially because Jackson, if he plays off letters like A, A, E, S, the spot that Cesar blocked isn't necessarily the most risky to me immediately, just because he's holding such bingo-prone tiles. But yeah, it looks like
a setup
Cesar
like
actually,
that is an interesting position.
Yeah, so it looks like Jackson might give him.
Interesting.
Yeah, and so Jackson looks like might give Cesar XI anyways for 50 points, which is not what Jackson is hoping for here. Although, one way that Jackson could get back in the game is getting a triple-triple. If you saw in our interstitial content brought to you by Chloe Fatsis these past few times, the triple-triple is a very key way to get hundreds potentially of points at one time. Just because hitting 2 triples multiplies a score by 9. And so Cesar is actually going to, it looks like, possibly sacrifice some points on the table in order to make that triple-triple less of a possibility. It looks like he switches back to the 50-point XI. So he might be a bit of a risk taker here. He's probably checking and seeing things like there isn't an N left, so ING possibilities to get a triple-triple aren't an option. But this is an interesting decision. Andy, which would you prefer, doing XI to block the triple-triple or playing XI for more points on column 14 or column N?
Without looking at the unseen tile pool, I'd probably play XI at the top, because it would block the triple-triple. But here's the thing, though. Even if you play XI there, it looks like you're blocking a triple-triple. But Jackson could still have a triple-triple through the X and the I, like an ING word. And it might not even be a bingo. It could be like relaxing or retaxing. And that's going to score 14, 15, 135 points without being a bingo. This play of tying, I personally think, is something I would probably do if this was a tournament game and I was in the position of Cesar, mainly because that blocks the triple-triple. And you know what? This board is open enough, and like I said, 2-possession game. It's okay if you keep a lane open, because if Jackson uses that last lane, he's going to have to open a different lane. So it's okay. Keep the foot on the gas pedal, block the triple-triple, and let Jackson catch up on his own.
Yeah, it's a really interesting idea to block and possibly keep that great XI spot open. But it looks like Jackson is going to show us why he's really good at coming back from games. He's going to try to play around with opening up the triple lane at the very right side of the board. But it looks like he's right now. I was expecting to play Marl, actually, not Marm. So it looks like he switches that out now to Marl. And that takes both an S and a Y, I believe. It looks like though both Ys have been played. So Jackson is playing around with that spot now, but it's a really great idea to open up a second lane that is on a completely different side of the board. It scores a bit, keeps pretty good letters, and could definitely give him some options to bingo in the next few turns. Unfortunately, Cesar did pick up the blank, so he's in excellent position to win. I would be shocked if Jackson comes back here at this point, even with picking up a letter like the Z. But it's still a valiant
on Jackson's turn, I would have preferred him play Dram, AT, and MY on top of tying, because that'll score 20, 30 points, and it'll open up another lane by doing so. But this does make what Jackson's play of Marl does is it means that the triple lane is only available, or makes it harder for other people to hit it. But Cesar, like you said, he's pulled up that second blank. He's got to be feeling pretty good about everything that's going down. So he can. What I would do in this situation is go for my own bingo. Keep this board still open so that you can get your own bingo, because if this was a long tournament and it wasn't a playoff style where spread is very important, it's good to go for those big 250-point wins. But Jackson is going to get back in this game with this awesome Z play here.
Yeah, unfortunately, though, I think Cesar now has picked up enough artillery to make the lead essentially, or the comeback that Jackson's trying to get with Zed, essentially too tough at this point. Picking up that blank is such a key thing at this point in the game. If Jackson got the blank after Zed, it would be a completely different story. But my guess is, even though Jackson scores so much, even higher than I think the Renminbi bingo with Zed, Cesar is in great position here, especially as Jackson picked up so many consonants. I guess it would be useful to see from Cesar's perspective what the pool looks like now. So if you're Cesar, there definitely is a consonant to vowel imbalance. We can see that there are only 6 vowels available from Cesar's perspective, whereas there would be 17 consonants. So he'll probably be conscious of that and not get too carried away playing off most of his vowels here. The S is definitely still a risky thing for Cesar. Cesar has to assume after a play like Marl that Jackson is holding one of the 3 S's. So it could be that he thinks about blocking that spot. And that's why I actually really liked Marl there. It not only doesn't block one triple lane at the very top of the board, but it gives another triple lane for Jackson. Really forces Cesar to think a lot. So we'll see how Cesar reacts here. I think he's probably just going to play something short that sets him up for really likely bingos next turn, and possibly blocks the Marl hook just because he's in a prime position here.
Yeah, I mean, the lead is cut down to 65, so it is within striking distance for Jackson. But from Cesar's point of view, you look at that tile pool, the S is really, the one way that Jackson can hit back. So, like you said, blocking that O column near Marl should be priority number 1. But how to do that in an effective manner is going to be tricky here, because, he doesn't have the S or Y himself. He does have the blank, but I can't imagine that he would want to burn it just to block that spot right now. He does have the very good defensive tile of the C. It's defensive because there's no 2-letter words that you can make with it. So options here, but time is ticking for Cesar. So he should probably start thinking of a play, or else Jackson might be able to come back in this game because of time penalty, although I don't see that really having a very high probability. It is a solid play if you're under time crunch. Unfortunately, it's going to look like it's going to give Jackson a great play to play his F, considering he doesn't have any consonants or any vowels.
Yeah, well, I love the idea of id. It definitely opened up another bingo lane that basically is much more accessible for Cesar than Jackson most of the time, just because there aren't that many vowels left. So you'll need some vowels to have a word starting with a D. But it does happen to, in this scenario, not work out that well for Cesar. Jackson definitely is clawing back here. Maybe I spoke too soon about Cesar having too much possibilities to definitely have this win, because it's within 50 points now. Jackson is only down by 45. So if Jackson can get rid of the G and the V in the next turn, and then possibly get a fortunate draw getting one of those E's, he could possibly get a bingo before Cesar. And the board is closed up enough that if Jackson beats Cesar to a bingo here, Cesar might not have a spot to even play a bingo. So if I'm Cesar now, I have to start thinking of not only giving myself good bingo tiles, but about worst case scenarios. A really easy thing to think before a game is, if this is the one play that can allow my opponent to win, don't make that play. But a shocking amount of the time we forget that in game, and a play looks really good in a lot of ways, but just will give my opponent the one opportunity to win. So if I'm Cesar here, I have to start looking at the bag, start thinking about what bingos are available off of the T in tying, and figure out how likely that is, what I could do as a response. Does that score enough? It's a really complex position. Cesar only has 55 seconds, so he's going to instead play Uric, getting rid of two of his consonants, which is definitely key here. And he had a really fortunate draw, so it looks like he will get that bingo before Jackson will, and that will probably be enough to win it. But that was a really tricky position, and I bet Cesar wish he had a bit more time there.
Yeah, so can we see the tile pool from Jackson's perspective? Because Jackson is probably running some scenarios in his head. He's probably thinking, okay, I have to play as if the blank is still in the bag, because that's the only way I can win realistically. So he's going to play Gavel, which is a phenomenal play, because it's going to it makes two bingo spots that Cesar cannot block at the same time, through the A and on top of the tying, ending in like an A, I, or E, or U. There's also the dangling W down near shoe, which could be a factor. But like you said, Cesar has a phenomenal rack. He's, I think, the number 5 best rack for 7-letter words. It's like serial blank. So Cesar's going to be able to play a bingo. Which one? I don't think he's going to spend too much.
Really hard find. So Cesar earned this one through and through. Jackson fought and fought, but it looks like it's just not enough.
Exactly, yes. Cesar definitely dazzled us with those phenomenal plays. And so did Jackson. He didn't have too much to work with, especially with all those vowels in the beginning. I think Jackson is going to look ahead. This is a 5-game series. Spread doesn't really matter. Just move on with this game and focus on, the series is going to be tied at 1 apiece. Just win 2 of the next 4 games if possible. Although it's going to be best 2 out of 3 at this point.
Yeah, exactly. So this is actually the first series we've had where both players will get a win. The first 2 series we saw in the past 2 days, they were clean sweeps. Cecilia got 3 wins off Eric, and Jason got 3 wins off Lisa. But we will have at least a 3-1 series, maybe even a 3-2 series. We will see. So Jackson plays Sonder. That looks like it leaves him with Mast, or I'm actually not seeing the other outplay.
Well, he's got Mist down at the
Mist. Yep. So Cesar quickly plays Cough, and Jackson will probably play Mist to go out.
Yeah, I mean, spread doesn't really matter.
Cesar's clock is still running. If we could fix that, that'd be great. Sorry, Andy. Did not mean to interrupt.
No, you're fine. We don't want that clock to be running any more than it should.
And so that is game over. Cesar takes game 2 to tie up the series 1-1. A really great win by Cesar here, and a really great first game by Jackson. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Before break, just remember to like and subscribe to the YouTube channel. Again, this tournament is for charity, and we are playing for 2 excellent ones: the NASPA Foundation for Youth Literacy and Dolly Parton's Imagination Library. The NASPA Foundation for Youth Literacy works to foster literacy, mathematics, strategic ability, and fair play among students through the facilitation of organization of word gameplay. We'll throw up a link to that, and we'll also throw up a link to the Dolly Parton Imagination Library. Dolly Parton's Imagination Library is a book gifting program that mails free, high-quality books to children from birth until they begin school, no matter their family's income. Andy, what are you going to be looking for in this next 2, possibly 3 games in the series?
High quality Scrabble between high quality players.
Beautifully summed up. With that, we will go to break. See you in a few. Oh, it looks like she might be going gutsy and playing Hag, with possibly going for that S lane that we just talked about. If she does that, that will be an awesome idea.
Wow.
I love this style of play. It's so cool. So she decided to go for a few fewer points to set up her S possibility. Man,
she's
so
basically
cool.
asking Eric, "What you got? What you got, man? Can you handle this?" And look at this. If you look at her rack, she's drawn invents, and that's just gonna end the game. Then
That
and
is
there.
awesome.
And
yeah.
that's the benefit of a play like Hag. It seems counterintuitive to open such a big spot with Hags. If you're able to use that spot next turn, there's almost no way for your opponent to come back since you're scoring so many points. And look at it. It's coming down, and that's going to be it for this game. I don't see any way for Eric to come back after this.
Hi, I'm Chloe Fatsis, and I'm going to explain triple triples. A triple triple is a play that hits 2 triple word score squares at once, multiplying the total value of the tiles that you played by 9. Triple triples usually occur when there's a tile floating along the outside edge of the board, allowing you to play all 7 of your tiles to form an 8-letter bingo. Triple triples are always game changers, but can be especially useful for making a big comeback or cementing a huge lead.
Hey, this is Cooper, and I'm here to tell you about hooks. A hook is a letter that can be added onto the front or back of a word to form a new word. Hooks allow you to play multiple words at a time and score more points. So make sure you scan the board so that you don't miss any tricky hooks.
Surprise!
Hello, everyone. And as Josh Sokol said, surprise, we did have to swap out Andy. He had to attend to something. So luckily, we have a lot of great Scrabble commentators. We're bringing Josh Sokol back on. Josh is probably, I think, the person who's most familiar in Scrabble with both of these players. As we mentioned at the beginning, Josh plays Jackson all the time. How many games have you actually played against Jackson, Josh?
In tournaments, it's a ton. I mean, but live games, we've played so many, as you were saying, like just everywhere around, I guess, the East Coast of North America. I'm pulling it up here. I've played 62 tournament games against Jackson. He has had the better of me as of late. But yeah, we played a lot.
And so with that, we're going to turn back to the games. As a reminder, it is right now 1-1. We are playing a best 3 out of 5 series, so we will definitely see 2 more games. If they split these 2, we will see a 5th game as well. So it looks like they are about to start their matches. While we're waiting for them to get started, just a reminder that the icon you see at the bottom right, that QR code, that is for Scrabble Go. That is the app they're playing on. If you want to play Scrabble on your phone, use that QR code to download Scrabble Go now. So Jackson is immediately starting up with Guide. Looks pretty good to me. Any thoughts about that, Josh?
Yeah, that's the play. And like you mentioned, Jackson opens vertically now. He didn't used to, I think, but I think he's seen the light at the end of the tunnel. Also, I just wanted to say, like, Andy did an awesome job. And if you liked any of the commentary, just like and subscribe to the YouTube channel, because stuff doesn't get done on its own. It's really hard work for everybody involved. And yeah, Andy did a phenomenal job. Morris, you're doing a great job.
Oh, thank you.
And meanwhile, looks like a bad draw for Jackson.
Yeah, we saw yesterday. Jenny's come down. It looks like he doesn't quite have those letters though. So Cesar's trying mixed churl.
Nice try, Cesar.
It would have been a lot of points. So in Scrabble Go, why not? Josh, what would be sort of your objectives on this turn?
I would try mixed churl. Not actually. Well, I see the word matrix on Cesar's rack. You could play that in a couple spots, but they don't put the X on anything amazing. So yeah, I'm also thinking about maybe just like mixed. I don't see anything great here. Just like maybe max and XU and AG keeps a decent leave, especially if you imagine that E is going to stay open in Guide. If you're keeping TIRL, it's not really anything special unless there's maybe an E to play through.
Yeah, and Guider, I believe, is also a word, so the R could be a key tile here. I'm actually wondering, so is Max better than something like Lax there? Just because on this board that's pretty slow to start, it might be good to have a scoring tile. What would be your thoughts on that, Josh?
Yeah, that's definitely a plus for the play of Lax, but I think other factors even it out, especially since Max scores 4 more points.
Yeah, so with that, Cesar plops down Max, picks up a Z, so we did get a scoring tile in the end. And if you're Jackson here,
I think we're just going to quickly see a play here, yeah.
Yeah, so either Goody or exchanging there. It has to be one of those two. Either seems fine.
Yeah, if you exchange, you keep an E probably. Usually it's a bit better than keeping nothing, but that's the only tile I would keep here. Other than that, Goody, I mean, it scores 10 points. 10 points is 10 points, so it might be worth just playing through here, even though you're keeping a worse leave of 2 E's.
Yeah, and the chat's pointing out that you said Andy was phenomenal and I'm merely great. So I will try to get to that phenomenal status. If you have any recommendations for me in the chat, like if you want me to point out any crazy plays or something, I want to get to that phenomenal status. So
okay.
Let me know.
Well, I mean, I think I still have another bout with you, so I don't want to like.
Oh, you don't want to lock it in too soon, since
I'd like to change the subject. Enough. This is very uncomfortable, but Cesar is putting down Czar, which is very
Yeah.
funny. It's his good old nickname from way back when he wasn't concerned with people pronouncing his name Cesar. But yeah, no, you're doing great. I'm still gonna say you're doing great, and we'll see.
I'm
We'll
just
see.
messing with you.
We'll see.
We'll see. So with that, he plays Tsar,
Yeah.
the Russian oligarch. And so if you're Jackson here, this is a really tough position. Cesar's already starting to build up a lead, and you really don't want to have to exchange again. It's a difficult position for Jackson. I guess, how would you approach this?
I would first be like, oh, maybe I should have played Goody, and then I would just get out of that mindset and just try to make the best play. So he's getting slightly closer and closer. I can't even speak. He's getting closer and closer to good rack. So now he drew triplicate E's again, but he's getting there.
He is getting there indeed, while Cesar plops down Thrill. And now Cesar is I pronounced it wrong after seeing Czar. But he will take an even larger point lead. Now it'll be 95-18.
Yeah, and as you can see, not scoring points with Goody, I don't know. You just see he's ahead already, Cesar, by 77 points, and he hasn't even played a bingo. So Jackson is very, very quickly leading towards being down quite a lot.
Yeah, so, and Jackson also at this point, because Cesar had so many turns in a row where he scored, there aren't that many good spots even open. So Jackson, it's a really tough position here. He probably wants to get rid of at least one of those E's, potentially two, but he's just not going to be scoring a lot of points here. And it's definitely frustrating after you exchange 2 turns in a row to take less than 20 points on the next turn too. It's just hard to come back from that.
Absolutely. So he's putting down Leet for 6 points. It just shows you how much trouble he's in. That's probably as good as anything. He could be considering the board already at this stage. He could have played something like maybe Tire and Guider just to separate the board in two. But I think Leet is fine enough. And now we see Cesar using the hook on Guide to get rid of some of his letters and also make the board a bit less conducive to a comeback for Jackson.
Yeah, although in this case, he does give Jackson a nice Q play of QI and GI. So my guess is Jackson will play that pretty quickly. He can finally score a bit, which even though it doesn't get a bingo like he's been trying to do these past few turns, he'll take it at this point. It's a good first step to getting back in the game. So plays QI, and we'll see what he draws.
Yeah, oh, that's good. That's a good draw. But Cesar, wow, I didn't even see that. That was a very quick find by Cesar of re-soaked to the D, and he's going to be very happy with his position once Jackson makes this play, because otherwise he might just be worried about a triple.
Well, courtesies, I believe, is a word through an O, so that could definitely come down as a response play for Jackson here.
Definitely, yeah. That's it's a great find there.
So Cesar, I keep seeing Czar, and I'm focused on that. Apologize for mispronouncing your name, Cesar. I'll do better, I promise. So he puts down re-soaked. It definitely is a bit risky, but when you have a bingo like that, you usually should just go for it.
Mm-hmm. As they say, when in doubt, play the bingo. So he has courtesies, and he also has the fun icterics, as we're seeing suggested by the engine. Courtesies score 6 more points. It isn't as dangerous. Jackson doesn't really need to open that part of the board just yet. Putting an S out there is just probably the worst letter you can put in a triple lane, not only because so many triples fit there, but also so many plays. You could just pluralize the play, score 50 points. So if Jackson sees courtesies, I think he's going to play it quite fast.
Yeah, so if you don't see it, though, it's understandable. 2C bingos are often hard to see, just because. Yeah, I know that's kind of a tongue twister or something, but they're low probability words, so you might have not even studied it before if you haven't looked at all the words. So he's trying serotics, which I believe serotic is a word, but serotics pluralized is not.
Oh yeah,
So he might also try orectics, I'm guessing, next, just because that is the other 7-letter word in there.
That's what he's doing. And it's really funny that he's doing this because, I mean, 7-letter words are easier to find than 8-letter words. So if you see serotic and orectics, you're going to see those first because the 7-letter word is easier to spot. But once you realize those aren't words, people that have studied as much as Jackson are just like, oh, okay, cortices, that's the only one in there. And that's what we see here.
Yeah, so he rotates through his plays, finds the bingo, and is getting back in it.
Yep, and wow, quick action here. Cesar realizes that he was in time trouble, I think, in the previous game, or maybe both games. Pro bono, I see. Nice try. Not all Latin words are words. So I think he's going to play proof. And we were talking about extensions. There's so many extensions of the word proof if he chooses to do that. Can you see any right now off the top of your head, Morris? 5-letter extensions for proof?
Proofreads, I'm guessing, is a word.
Yeah.
So proofreads could come down if he does play proof there. And I'm wondering even if there's extensions the other way, right? Like
that's what I was thinking. I mean, you went the other way.
Oh, okay,
I think there's probably a lot more the other way, but proofreads is a really good find.
Yes.
Waterproof, I can think of.
Nice.
There's probably at least a dozen more. You basically, when when proof is on the board like this, if I were playing, I would just look for 5-letter words on my rack first and foremost, and then be like, oh, does that go behind proof? Because hey, anything could be proof. Could be I don't know, it could be band proof. That's not 5 letters. I'll stop trying.
Brand proof, how about instead? But meanwhile, Jackson right now is holding ADENNVY. He has started to claw back after getting cortices, but Cesar does have a round of bingo advantage right now. With Jackson here, he's probably trying to get rid of tiles like the V and score a bit. He does probably need a bingo or a huge power tile play to really come back. But with the Z and the X and the Q already gone, bingoing is going to be his most likely route.
Yeah, and he's going for Navy. I think playing Navy somewhere is the correct play here. The only question is whether he wants to play it there, as you see on the screen, or if he wants to play it next to the E and the S in cortices for 2 more points. The issue with that placement is that it just makes plays to the triple quite easy for Cesar to come back with. So when you're behind, you're not only thinking about scoring points, you're also thinking about trying to prevent your opponent from scoring points. And that's why Jackson decided to play Navy for only 24 rather than 26.
Yeah, and so with that, the score is 207 to 158. Jackson could definitely be within striking distance soon. We haven't seen any blanks yet, so those are probably going to be 2 of the key tiles that come with the rest of the game. I'm also, now that you mentioned proof hooks, I'm wondering if thrill seek is a word.
Thrill seek. I would be very surprised, but hey.
But I wonder if there's any 4-letter extensions to thrill also that could come down.
If we have some Sia fans here, there's a possibility of cheap thrills.
Nice.
All right, this is a great play by Cesar, outlining one of the things we've been talking about all the time. Bingo, bingo, bingo. He's made it fit with BY. That's a really good find. And these players just see these plays almost instantaneously. And if they don't play them immediately, it's because they're just looking to see if there's anything better. If you find a good play, try to find a better one. And I really like that decision by Cesar. I'm not using too much time. The time is actually almost tied at this moment. And I am seeing a play for Jackson, Knide, from the C and Cortices, which is a bit weird because you don't really want to keep an F. But I think it probably scores more than anything else. So I'm wondering if he's going to see or play that and
It
take
looks
a
like
little
he
bit
has
of
it
a
set
hit.
up on his rack. He has NIDAE as his first 5 tiles. So Knide might come down. The engine is also pointing out fade in as a possibility at B9.
Oh, of course. Right.
But that would be a pretty volatile play just because it would take an S. And with Jackson not having either the 2 S's or the 2 blinks at this point, and Cesar playing off tiles that 3 1-pointers probably suggests he's holding 1-pointers too. That probably made Jackson more likely to opt for Knide.
Yeah, definitely. It's very interesting though. I mean, Faden, not only does it create an S hook for Cesar, it also creates an S hook for Jackson. And when you're behind like this, you're basically hoping that you draw the better of the tiles sometimes. But I think the worst problem with that play of Faden is that it opens a parallel play possibility on the leftmost row for Cesar. He's putting the E right next to the double letter score, and you could just very easily score 40 to 50 points. So that's why I probably would opt for Knide here, which also opens a spot for a bingo, which is another good thing about it. But it looks like Cesar is going to block that pretty quickly.
Yeah, and so I'm seeing in the chat now someone said they liked bingo proof as a possibility.
Have a G, he played through a G, but that's it's definitely a funny suggestion. I think he's going to play a land. I mean, he had it put down in the beginning, but then he took it back because once again, these top players they see these things really fast, but they just want to be very sure of themselves before making the play that they saw immediately.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those racks where you feel like there could be something more. You have to consider just am I set up well for next turn to possibly bingo just because I have so many 1-point tiles I'm keeping? And a land is kind of just a shrug play. Like, yeah, it's the best kind of to kind of balance out scoring, leave, board dynamics, but it's not anything that's like especially enticing. So I understand the want to sort of try and look at other options here. But yeah, I agree with you, Josh. He'll probably end up going back to that.
Yeah. As pointed out, Jackson drew another 2 U's, which is just not what he wants to see here. He's only down by 40 something right now and turn, but he might, yeah, it's going to be really hard for him after Cesar makes any play. Honestly, there's really nothing good here for Jackson, so he just has to wait and see. Maybe he'll get a nice way to get rid of his U's, but he's probably just waiting to see what Cesar does. So a land comes down, nice play by Cesar, and he's now ahead by over 60 points. We'll see what Jackson does. What are you seeing here, Morris?
Yeah, I'm not seeing a ton. He could play FEU off of the E and S and cortices is something that I see immediately. That would he probably wants to get rid of the duplicate U's, so playing at least one and playing an E there too. If he can't get rid of both U's, it's probably good to only keep 2 vowels there. So that's something that's potentially an option. I guess, are you seeing anything big there, Josh?
I'm seeing things that I really don't like. But yeah. Unfree. That's the play that's being highlighted. That's Jackson's play. I think it scores as best as he can hope for, gets rid of one of the U's, and it just keeps clawing his way back into the game. Hopefully he'll get a good draw after that. Other plays like FEU anywhere, I mean, they're just not good for Jackson's chances because they block parts of the board he wants to play a bingo in.
Yeah. Well, it looks like he might be considering FEU on the other side of the board. That's definitely an interesting idea. I mean, that side of the board has a lot of opportunity to be open still. The last 4 columns haven't been played and no words have gone through there at all at this point. So he could be thinking Cesar might make a play that's conducive to opening that side as a response to this. It definitely is a worthwhile thing to consider, at least. And he looks like he's going to go with that, maybe hoping that part of the board will get open.
Yeah, I definitely don't blame him here. It's very frustrating to have so many unwieldy racks in the same game. While it appears that your opponent has pretty easy plays. I guess if tables were turned and Jackson was ahead, I think he probably would have seen the play of unfree. It's just quite frustrating after so many U's, I think. But I wonder if that really plays a role here, because both these players, well, actually, one of these players is decent at not getting too emotional when they behind. Yeah,
do you want me to continue
no
that
more
thought?
about that? Yeah, I'll say no more about that.
Yeah. One thing that Jackson is close to here, I believe in baking, you can underproof something. I've watched enough of Great British Baking Show to know that. So Jackson is close to that, although I think 3 Ds have already been played. But it would be really cool if he keeps those 4 letters and picks up the D next turn.
Definitely. Underproof is a word. And I just want to give a little quiz to everybody in chat. Without looking, can you find the anagram of underproof? There's actually another word that uses all of the same letters as underproof. As long as you mix them up properly, you will find this word. So yeah, just a little if you see it, don't spoil it.
I think I see it actually, but
you can spoil it, Morris. That's fine.
Is it profounder or?
Very nice, amazing.
Okay.
Us
Yes.
experts, we like to anagram, but we rarely get the opportunity to anagram a 10-letter word.
Yeah. So Jackson doesn't keep the U, which is probably a good move from a Scrabble standpoint, but maybe not from a fun standpoint, just because underproof would have been such a cool word. But that has to be
that's definitely the right play. This is really interesting. I mean, I saw Cesar put down shun very quickly, making thrills and tan, but I don't think he sees that he could play in that same spot and play swum.
Nice.
Swum is a lot more points than shun. It gets rid of the W, which is not a tile that many people like. And it keeps very, very well. HNST is a very good leave. Andy was saying lead. Sometimes we get those words confused, but he sees it after all. A very good find by Cesar, not giving up on the play.
Yeah, I remember swum was one of those words that I've previously just didn't think was a real word. I didn't know that. I just, when I was in high school, I don't think knew that tense of swim. But definitely a word. So good find by Cesar.
Morris, do you see the best play here without looking at Quackle?
Oh, I accidentally just peeked at Quackle. That is disgusting. So if you're looking at the bottom of the screen, neocortices. If Jackson finds that, I'll just leave.
I will too. We're gonna have an empty stream if he finds it. I mean, I was so surprised he found Haint in that first game. Just because his time was so low and he didn't appear to have seen it. But yeah, he's putting down, I think, Nooner, which makes perfect sense as a play. You open the board, you score. Neocortices, wow, would that be something? That's what I'm saying. Look for extensions, even if you're wasting time on it. If you have the time to waste, you might not regret it. You might regret it, but you might not regret it.
Yeah, so we've seen that Cesar has picked up one of the 2 blanks. Jackson maybe will get a blank here. Ooh, he missed it. And so that likely means that it will be really hard for Jackson to come back here. There aren't that many tiles left in the game, so if Cesar makes even a play like Haj, he's pretty likely next turn to get a bingo, and he already has basically a bingo lead, and Jackson probably needs 2 bingos to come back as a result, so he really needed a good pull to do that immediately. Even being 1 turn off could mean a loss for him.
Yeah, this is looking really bad for Jackson. Luckily, not all is lost. He can still win the next 2 games after this if he loses. But yeah, I'm definitely glad there was no sweep this time around, and we get to commentate even longer and watch these amazing players make amazing plays. So we'll see what Cesar comes up with. But yeah, just playing Haj somewhere, and actually see an amazing suggestion by the engine of Haj with 2 J's, which is not a play you ever see because there's only 1 J in Scrabble, and you would have to use a blank tile to play Haj. I can just pronounce it Haj, but I really need to put emphasis on there being 2 J's in a row, which is just hilarious. And if Cesar sees that, he's having a little trouble. But that would be just as phenomenal as Neocortices. So I might leave as well. We keep threatening to leave. We're not going to leave. Don't worry, we won't leave you guys.
Yeah, we've already had 1 commentator down this stream. We don't need 2 more. So with that, Cesar plays Haj, he's probably looking at the amount of eyes left, just because Haj does take a back hook of an eye. Haji, I think it is isn't it the plural of Haj? I actually am not sure about.
No, I don't think so. But yeah, because it does take an S. But
that's fair. Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe he's looking at how many J's are left.
Yeah, or actually, it might be someone who has made the Haj, right? So
Hey,
right, the Haj.
Morris missed my joke. Morris missed my joke, guys.
Oh, sorry. I was too busy thinking about definitions.
Okay, you guys caught it. It's okay. But yeah, Haji, I think has to do with being a Haj or having done a Haj. We can always look it up. Let's see. Person that has made a Haj, a pilgrimage to Mecca. Very good. Good 1 for 1 on definitions, Morris.
Yeah, so I think though that has to still be the play, just because even if Jackson has an eye that scores so much, it keeps such a good leave. With 14 unseen tiles, or basically 7 in the bag, playing something like that will virtually lock up the game, because Jackson won't be able to even have enough tiles remaining if he does get a bingo immediately. But
yeah, anything wins here for Cesar, which is why I'd play Haj with 2 J's. There's just no way. I mean, just mathematically speaking, there are no triple triples that are even possible at this point. There's just, as you can see, those bright red things in the corner. Those are the triple words, and there's no way to play through 2 of those. And that's the way Jackson would be able to come back into the game after a play like Haj that scores, what was it, 52 points? That would put Cesar ahead more than 100 points. And it just does not look like there's any way for Jackson to come back after that.
Yeah, but Cesar got some good tiles. I think Seawants would be a word through the E in Nooners.
Yep.
Or Nooner. So that could come down next turn. In the meantime, Jackson isn't close to a bingo, and yeah, it's just a tough position. He just hasn't gotten the tiles this game. There's not much he can do with this.
Yeah, he doesn't know. He doesn't know that the game is lost, but he probably has a little inkling. Are there any extensions available this turn? I really want to ask a friend, and that friend is Quackle. No extensions. They would be at the top of the list.
Yeah,
they would be at the top of the list. I mean, I'm talking about like extensions that hit a multiplier, but yeah, I was thinking maybe biocortices was a word. He's running a simulation.
So let's explain to the viewers what a simulation is, because I think this is the first time we're showing in the tournament. So we've been saying this entire time how Quackle has been ranking the plays in a predetermined way based on the amount you score and how valuable the tiles are that you leave. One other feature, though, to take into account the shape of the board, is Quackle can run simulations and try to estimate a few turns out how the game could unfold given the play you choose. So we can see here that we don't actually see the number of iterations we've done in the sim, right? The number of times we have simulated the game, but we're seeing that Bota through the T in Dolt right now is coming up on top. it is sometimes interesting to try to backtrack and figure out why that could be. So my guess is that there's some sort of good IER word or maybe IEST word available that Jackson could maybe have an outside shot of hitting. I think the other key thing here, though, is he needs to score at least 20 points, probably. He's down by enough that sort of sacrifice of like a 20-point play versus a 10-point play makes even a bingo that is more likely not enough to come back and win. So it's sometimes unnatural. Oh, sorry, Josh. Go for it.
You're explaining it super well. I just wanted, because I mean, you're seeing Bota, and then the second option is Oba, which is actually in the same area of the board, making ODE, BOS, and AL. The reason that it's not doing nearly as well in a simulation as Bota is not only it's the exact same letters that you're playing, but the reason it's not doing as well is because there are so many situations in which that does not work out for Jackson. Cesar could play next to the BOS. He could do a number of things that would just score too many points for Jackson to deal with. And as you can see, Jackson's finding the play. It's actually, when you get to this level, I mean, this sort of play actually comes pretty easy. You're like, okay, let me just look at what I might have. You might want to play Bite over Bota, but you just look at what remains. There's no eyes left, so you're not going to triplicate your eyes. You're going to score as many points as possible and leave something sort of palatable for a possible bingo. As you can see, both blanks are still unseen from Jackson's point of view, so he could draw one or both of them and be in a position to maybe steal this game away from Cesar. But as we know, Cesar is going to have the dagger if he chooses to find the word C wants, and there's probably more. There's warrants through the R. Any bingo at this point from Cesar is just going to seal the deal.
And the chat points out that waterproof would also still be a possibility if Cesar misses the bingo. So I guess he would need either an E or there are no R's left, so you need an E eventually. But we could possibly still see that proof word come down. But my guess is he'll find the bingo.
So he drew the blank, but it's too little, too late. He also drew it with YU, which is not a combination you like. And Cesar's finds C wants. He probably saw it a couple minutes ago, and he was just aching to play it, hoping Jackson wouldn't block. And there it goes, and that's basically the end here. Jackson just needs to make a play in the end game, and that'll be it. Oh, he hasn't even played it. What is he waiting for?
Yeah, I think he was checking the tile bag, and in Scrabble Go, the tile bag automatically resets the tiles to your rack. So he just probably wanted to make sure he wasn't giving up any crazy bingo for like 150 points. But he sees there's nothing crazy, plays his bingo, picks up the last two tiles in the bag, and he will go out next turn. There are multiple spots to put down P and E in a way that Jackson can't block. So as a reminder, this is the North American Scrabble Players Association, NASPA, bringing you this event. If you want to learn to play like these players, especially find words like C wants and to win games, feel free to go to scrabble.zone/info to learn more. And so Jackson looks like he finds a nice little play of Mighty, making that Haji hook we talked about earlier. And that will be a good amount of points, but he doesn't even break 300 points this game. So it really goes to show you, sometimes no matter how good a player are, no matter how good of plays you make, finding plays like cortices won't be enough if you just start drawing things like 2 U's, 5 vowels on an exchange of 5+ vowels. It's really tough to come back from that.
Yeah, and honestly, Jackson played really well. Cesar played really well here. The only thing you could have maybe tweaked if you're Jackson was finding that crazy play of neocortices, and even then, that doesn't open the board like Nooner does, and it doesn't go for the 2 unseen blanks like Nooner does. So maybe it just came down to the play of FEU, but who knows? Like these little tweaks is what makes these players as good as they are.
Yeah, and with that, we will take another 5-minute break. Cesar takes the lead 2-1. Will he close it out this game? Will Jackson rally back and force a game 5? We will see shortly.
And you'll see tournament players, expert players, spend a lot of time on racks like this because you really do want to make the best play when you're blessed with tiles that are this good. You don't just get excited about playing a bingo and put something down. You're going to try and take your time, find all of the bingos, figure out which one blocks the best, which one scores the best, especially with a blank and an S like Jason's got. What is he putting down right now?
He's putting down Oogenes, or Oogenes, I should say. So that I think is his highest scoring bingo. Yeah, and so we see Diametric come down now, and she did draw Outgain, so that will go down as a counter bingo, but Jason has built up too much of a lead at this point, and that will be game over.
Hi, I'm Chloe Fatsis, and I'm going to explain fishing in Scrabble. Fishing is when you play off one or two of your tiles in hopes of drawing a bingo to play the next turn. Usually, people do this when they have a rack that's pretty close to a bingo, and usually has low scoring tiles but isn't quite there yet, so by playing off one or two of them, you're trying to maximize your chances of drawing a bingo to play the next turn.
Hi, I'm Cooper Komatsu, and I'm going to explain what leave means in Scrabble. Your leave is what's left on your rack after you've played your turn. In addition to maximizing the value of your current play, it's important to keep a good leave to give yourself better opportunities for the future.
Hello, and welcome back to Game 4 of the third matchup for the quarterfinals of the NASPA Tournament of Champions presented by Scrabble GO. You see Josh twiddling his fingers a bit excitedly because we have a non-sweep this time. It is 2-1 for Cesar Del Solar over Jackson Smiley. Josh, what are you going to be looking for in this next game?
Oh man, I don't know. I'm just so excited. This is going to be a really cool game. I can feel it.
So we are standing by until the players are ready. A few things to remember. Jackson eked out game 1 by finding a really hard to find out sequence that involved the word haint and then pox to take a 3-point win of 502 to 499. Cesar did not get discouraged though from that and came and with the next 2 games won big. He got bingos down like contempt through 2 letters disconnected and ran Minby in 1 game. And last game we saw him also have some nice plays.
And just imagine that. Imagine you're Jackson. You pull off an incredible victory in the end game to win by 3 points. And the next 2 games, you just get decimated. So he's really looking to start off strong here, I think. We'll see what happens.
So with that, we will take you now to the players. While they are getting set up, just a reminder to like and subscribe to our YouTube channel. And one more thing we should do is plug our 2 charities that this event is helping out. So one is the NASPA Foundation for Youth Literacy. The NASPA Foundation for Youth Literacy works to foster literacy, mathematics, strategic ability, and fair play among students through the facilitation and organization of word game play. And then Dolly Parton's Imagination Library is our other charity. Dolly Parton's Imagination Library is a book gifting program that mails free, high-quality books to children from birth until they begin school, no matter what their family's income is.
2 amazing causes, 1 amazing tournament. We see Cesar getting his little pep talk from his spouse Mina, and yeah, let's get it on. Let's get it on. I see Jason Katz Brown in the chat. Excuse me. He's another person behind Quackle, the engine that we're using, and it's just very good to see so many familiar faces in the chat and so many new faces. Thanks for joining us. Remember to like and subscribe for more content like this.
So Cesar picked up 5 vowels. We saw Jackson last game start off vowel heavy. Hopefully he doesn't run into a similar problem that Jackson did last game. It looks like he's avoided a bit better after exchanging to start.
He's going to bingo next turn.
Yeah, we will see. I mean, distills I see as an option. What else are you seeing there, Josh?
I'm seeing sialids, SIALIDS. But yeah, distills is a more common word. We're just waiting to see Jackson accept his match on Scrabble GO, and we'll see what he has. Distills, sialids. Yeah, that might be it. Who knows? Let me check.
Yeah, feel free to shout out anything else we missed in the chat. We're going to be checking it periodically and hopefully can answer all your questions and point out all the cool plays you find.
Ooh. All right, not enough O's. I know. He has 3 O's, but I'm saying not enough O's because if he had a 4th O, he could play hoopoo, which is a really fun word. Just for a 4-O word. Those are some of the words you learn because if you're in big trouble, that might save you the game.
So, since he doesn't have that 4th O, Josh, what objectives are you trying to do here? How do you kind of start this game and get it to be favorable for the remaining tiles you have?
Well, once I stop lamenting about not being able to play hoopoo, I'd be looking for ways to play off at least 2 of those O's and score a decent amount. Barring that, I might exchange, but it looks like it's good enough to play hoop or POOH. Or just OOH. Interesting idea. It's a more balanced rack leave. We talk a lot about leaves. It's the letters you keep on your rack, but 6 fewer points. So he's putting the P on oo for poo, and he might. Yeah, that's what he decides to do. He decides it's worth the 6 points. Keep the more vowel heavy rack leave.
Yeah, the
I
other
agree.
thing that does is it allows for fewer bingos, actually, just because the P needs to be followed by a vowel or start with a vowel for any two-letter word, whereas the O can take an E at the end and also a lot of different consonants. So it could allow for more bingos potentially. And with Cesar exchanging just a few tiles last turn, Jackson might opt for that more defensive play.
I wonder what's going on here because as you can all see on the screen, it's possible that Jackson it's possible Jackson might have taken the wrong opponent here. Oh, okay. Our producer's saying that Cesar froze.
Yeah,
Let's see.
so we'll try to continue with this. Feel free to start thinking about bingos that Cesar could have after Pooh comes down. We should be back shortly.
Yeah, and as already mentioned in the chat by another commentator, Matt Canuck, he sees that after any play Cesar makes, or not any play, but Jackson would have antipode through the P if Cesar doesn't block. But it looks like he would probably have ideation or delation, something like that after any play by Cesar.
Oh, and it looks like Benji asked me a question. He said, answering questions. All right, Morris, how do you like North Carolina? I actually really like North Carolina. We started tonight with an all North Carolina stream. Where I live, Durham, North Carolina, has a lot of cool restaurants and stuff, although mostly takeout these days. Don't worry, folks. And yeah, great hiking and stuff too. So it looks like Jackson, we can now see Pooh come down. And yes, thank you, Shanabasi, for pointing out that I said after Pooh comes down.
I did chuckle a little bit there. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that was the number 2 joke so far in the chat. So we'll see that come down again very soon. But yeah.
Yeah, let's see. I'm wondering if things were figured out on the end of the players. I think I saw the board, but very briefly. Otherwise, why don't you ask me what I think about North Carolina? Why are you asking Morris? Like, because he lives there?
Yeah, we can ask Josh about Montreal. How do you like Montreal?
Well, Montreal is very nice, and it's going to be even nicer. As we saw in the little snippet video at the start of this broadcast, Jackson Smiley, he said, I'm from Toronto, and I play Scrabble, and blah, 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 whatever else he said. I didn't really listen, because I listened to Jackson talk a lot. But he's actually just signed a lease and moved to my beautiful city here, and he's going to hopefully learn French. We might get some French Scrabble going. We'll see. But yeah, it's very exciting times. The city is still beautiful. Winter's coming soon, but there's still a little bit of sun to enjoy, I would say.
Yeah, and so I guess while we're waiting, we'll go through our plugs again. So I'm going to quickly plug just Scrabble Go again. If you're seeing the QR code at the bottom of your screen, please, if you don't have Scrabble Go, it is the phone app for Scrabble. Just scan your phone and it should be ready to download for you. With that, we're going to do a quick cut to sort of the player bios and such, just to remind you who's playing tomorrow, who's advanced to the next round, all that sort of stuff. Hang with us for a few.
I'm here now.
Hello. Welcome back, everybody. I hope nobody
Hi,
has moved.
everyone. So we have figured out the issue. We can take you right back to the game. Thank you so much for sticking with us. So Jackson started the game with Pooh, and Cesar has a few different bingo options. So we will see.
Interestingly, Pooh does take an S for Pooh's. So that's probably, yeah, that looks like what Cesar is going for. He had all the time in the world to think about this play. But he's just gonna check to see if there's a. Oh, he's actually, yeah, he sees both of the things that we mentioned. So distill, syllables, both of the 7-letter words we mentioned. He wants to see which one scores the best. I think he's gonna switch back to distills though, and Jackson will be able to come right back.
And interesting, it looks like he might now be opting for a different placement of distills. Which spot do you prefer, Josh? The distills he played at first, extending all the way to the second column, or the distills that he's now lining up?
I think I like this one because it puts an L in that that double vertical column there. We were mentioning double doubles, triple triples. This is the way to multiply the bonus squares. If Jackson is able to play 6 or 7 tiles in the right order, he can just score 4 times the value of his word. So I would actually opt for the other placement, not the one currently on the board, because I think there are more words that like end in ATE or just have the T in that late position than the L.
Yeah, so we will see if it will impact the results here. But it looks like in this case, as Josh was alluding to, that double hitting 2 double word scores is going to come down for Jackson with Antidote. So that will give
a little
Jackson
foreshadowing.
Yeah.
That's a really great find. He finds it really fast. He takes the lead, so it's looking decent for Jackson so far. And yeah, if he had played the other distills, I mean, hindsight is 2020, as we say. Only delation would have been possible through that L, which does not hit both of the double words.
Yeah, so it definitely could be a key factor for this game, and it's exactly what Jackson needs. Being down 2-1, those are the kinds of breaks that could give him a chance back in this. So meanwhile, Cesar picked up a lot of hefty tiles. If I'm him right now, I would probably try to get rid of the Q, or at least get rid of the V and the B this turn.
Yeah, he's just trying to see if there might be a Q play with that A. The Q is obviously the worst tile in Scrabble, especially when you don't have a U to go with it, but sometimes it's worth keeping it for that extra turn, hoping something will open up for you. Right now, the only way he can really play his Q off is for 21 points with the I in distills, that really useful word QI that we all know and love or hate, depending. But yeah, Brava is what he was considering through the A and Antidote. He can maximize the score with Verb and BA with that same A, hitting the double word 2 ways. And I think that's probably the play here.
Yeah, so normally the E is the best vowel in the bag, but when you're holding a Q, the E often isn't the best vowel. I mean, the U is obviously the best with the Q, but then an I or an A makes a two-letter word with the I for QI and a three-letter word with QAT with the A. So verb versus brava, normally you'd think the A is a much worse tile than the E. When you're holding a Q, though, I sometimes actually even prefer keeping the A over the E.
Absolutely. I totally agree. QAT is almost not nearly as useful as QI. I was going to say almost, but it's I think the second most useful Q without U word. If he decides to play QI for 21, you might be thinking, what is he going to do next? I mean, he still has verb if Jackson doesn't block that A. And in terms of maybe getting a bingo, oftentimes when you're thinking of just playing off a Q, you look at the 6 tiles you have left, see, oh, is there a possibility that I get a bingo next turn? If there is, there's a lot more to be said about making this play. Now, the only thing that would have been able to happen after QI is if Cesar drew into an 8-letter word. There are no 7-letter words. If he drew a C, he would have the crazy word vambrace through that A in antidote. And other than that, he could get verbatim or ambivert, but those don't seem at all likely. So it's a good thing he didn't play the QI, I think. I think that's the right decision, but I would have played verb for 8 more points.
Yeah, that was a great analysis. And Jackson is holding the J, which he could potentially use now. What would you be thinking here with the J, Josh?
The J, just like the Q, is a letter that might be able to score some points, but most likely you just want to play it off because it's really not good for getting a bingo down. So I'd be looking at ways to play off my J, score some points, and keep a very nice leave. I'm seeing JAM through the A in Brava. It looks like Jackson's just looking at the remaining tiles to see how often I think he hits a 7-letter word. As I was talking about playing off QI, these players, whenever they consider playing off one tile, they're looking at their 6 remaining tiles. And they're looking to see what can I draw. I don't. He was considering just playing off his J with the with JO. If you guys can see the board in your heads, like some of us can, JO would have scored 17 points with the O and POH, and he's just considering whether or not it's worth the sacrifice off playing just jam for 24 points. And it looks like he's going for it, maybe. It's a very, very interesting decision.
Yeah, it is interesting, especially because playing the J there actually limits bingos a lot there with the letters he's keeping. The most common way to use that spot on that part of the board is to make PE and OS. So but JO doesn't take an S back hook, so he can't use that in the same way next turn, potentially.
Absolutely.
Cesar had a similar idea to plop down the Q this turn. One tile, he's holding pretty good bingo letters. It's a pretty good strategy, especially because once you see your opponent playing like that and the board doesn't have a lot of bingo lanes, you don't want to give them that opportunity. You see Jackson's strategy, you can't give him the bingo.
I have to interrupt you.
Sorry.
I really have to interrupt you. Jackson drew an I, which is the best tile probably he could have drawn, because he now has Limbius through the B. If you drew an A, he would have had Lambius through the B. So now that's probably one of the things he was considering. Not only how often do I draw a 7-letter word, but how often do I draw a word through the B in Brava that will hit 2 triple triples. So we'll see if Cesar decides to block. Playing JO like that actually does signal that there might be something to be a little bit worried about. So we're seeing Cesar considering blocking that, and if he does, that would be very, very incredible.
Yeah, man. Thank you so much for interrupting me there. If you see any triple triples that could be played, always interrupt your other commentator. It's just a rule that you have to abide by when you're commentating Scrabble.
Speaking of commentators, Matt in the chat points out not only Limbius, not only Lambius, timbrels and nimblest, if you draw an R or an N, would have fit. So Jackson saw I can draw one of the six eyes that remain, or one of the 5 eyes that remain, excuse me. I can draw one of the 7 A's that remain, and I can draw the R, I can draw the N. There's still many of those to come, so decent chance. Obviously, often enough, your opponent's going to block, but quite a great decision by Jackson, I think.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing that Cesar is able to separate out wanting to get rid of the Q with doing the thing that has to be the right objective this turn. After Joe, Jackson sort of closed down the easiest spot on the board for bingos. So if Cesar thinks Jackson's going for bingos, he has to shut down that B and R right away. So I'm actually somewhat surprised that he's considering Burme over Mend here, just because that would not do as good a job blocking all those lanes. And actually, if he does lens here, yeah, he takes that back. But I think if you are going for the block, you should go for the block full out. Play emend, make it really hard to get any of those 8-letter bingos for the B, R, or A.
Yeah, he probably was looking at lens because he thought he might have lens men, but that would require a second N. Lens men would have overlapped tons of things. Now he plays QI. Oh my god, this is it. Jackson's going to play Limbiest extremely fast, and you're going to see what the reaction is from the players. Jackson is just chilling. I mean, I would be freaking out, but he's just going to play it, and we're going to see how Cesar reacts. Just have a look. No offense to Cesar, obviously, but yeah, we'll see how he reacts to this. I'm just going to take a look. Okay, nothing yet. It's a delayed reaction. Okay, maybe it was maybe it was too much to hope for a really animated reaction by Cesar. But that's amazing. Yeah. Jackson, this is just what Jackson needed to get back into this series. Now it's going to be super hard for Cesar to claw his way back.
Yeah, so this is a really incredible sequence. So Jackson got a bit lucky with Antidote in the double-double spot. Now he increased both those double-doubles to 2 triples. Getting a double-double and a triple-triple within the first few turns is really hard to come back. It's a devastating blow for Cesar. Luckily, he has a lead 2-1, so even if Jackson can hold on to this lead here, we will see a game 5. But yeah, those are the kind of tempo things that are really hard to get back if your opponent just has the right things at the right time.
And I can just say this for a fact, like, this has been so exciting. Cesar's disconnected 9-letter word of contemned, even suggested by Mina, his wife, already, like, before he even played it. It's just that was an amazing play. Then Ren Minbi, excuse me, it's so hard to pronounce that. And then Jackson's only winning play of Haint in game 1, and now double, triple heaven.
And I really like this idea from Cesar. He's now going to start to open up the other side of the board. There haven't been any plays on the right half yet, so there are 7 open columns of the board completely. That could allow him to get multiple bingos in the next few turns, which is what he needs to do to come back from a triple like that, which is essentially like 2 bingos at once and score.
Absolutely. And Jackson, on the other hand, he's going to be looking to restrict that space. The first play recommended by Quackle, Fard, plays with Antidoted, and that does a great job of restricting the bottom part of the board, getting rid of those pesky hooks on the word antidote, and it creates this sort of right angle thing. That, and also Grand, which is 2 more points. Grand and Fard are both great ideas here. You see that right angle that the play is going to create, which is really good for board restriction. And these players know that very, very well. So on the one hand, Jackson is going to be looking to restrict space. Cesar is going to be looking to maintain it. So we'll see what he does next.
Yeah, and if you're Jackson here, when you're up by this kind of lead, lead. Often the deciding factor between two plays like that is which one plays off an extra tile. Just because when you have a big cushion like this, if there are two pretty close plays, it's often easier to win a game when the game has fewer turns. So if you can add one extra tile for every turn, that might speed up the game by a turn or two, which in these sorts of games, in the worst case scenarios, if Cesar comes back, that turn could really count.
Exactly. All right, so Cesar doesn't have the greatest of racks. There's some nice tiles there, but there's nothing he can really do to score with them or bingo with them. I'd like to see some suggestions here because I'm not really seeing anything for Cesar. If we could have that those plays by our producer here, that would be quite useful. Yeah, look, as you can see in the bottom right hand, those are the suggested plays right now for Cesar, and they're not good. They don't do much. They don't score much, and that's all I can say. There's really not much for him to do here.
Yeah, it's a really tough position. It looks like he's going to try to place the C in an area that it can start for 8-letter words. Oh, it looks like he's now switching that out and thinking about other options. But it definitely could be worth it to do something like local here, just because that actually doesn't really block that many lanes at the top. If you put local after limmiest, you are just putting an L 2 spots away from the other L. So that's basically the same bingo. And then there, I think, are more words that start with O's than start with I's. So local looked good to me, but he goes with call instead. He maybe wanted that extra vowel.
Yeah,
But it was a tough position.
I was actually considering just playing hell for 7 points off the HE in
interesting.
Because that sets up the O for hello, and keeps probably the most bingo prone leave. Bingo proneness is how likely you are to play a bingo next turn. It isn't without risk, but Cesar was probably wanting to bingo as soon as possible. That was probably his best bet there, but he's playing a bit more conservatively, and I don't blame him. He's just biding his time. Hopefully he'll get something in the near future, but right now it's not looking good. Yeah, now Jackson has some scoring tiles. I think the first thing he's going to see is that he can put that Y on the word Joe for Joey, which is a baby kangaroo, and also a member of the YouTube chat, I think.
Yeah.
And yeah, Ivy fits there. It's decent score. It's not amazing because it takes a T hook for Tivy, but it's going to score as best as he can. And I think unless he's really, really going for the restriction, as you can see, he's wow. The second play there is actually pretty amazing. Why do you think Jackson chose that play, Morris?
Yeah, I think when you have this sort of lead, you have to start thinking about worst case scenarios. The L is the highest point bingo lane available left from Jackson's point of view. And if he played something like Ivy, Joey pluralized would be another really high point bingo lane. So it really limits Cesar's options to get back in the game by playing something like 4, and he has the Y for this turn if he really wants to use it.
Yeah, he keeps Ivy. He keeps Ivy in his back pocket. So I honestly I stand corrected. I didn't even see that play. I mean, it was the second suggested play. I would have just gone ahead with Ivy maybe and failed to deal with the biggest threat on the board. So I think 4 was just a play that says, I think I'm winning this game. You're gonna have to pull off a miracle comeback, Cesar.
And I like what he did in return to play Egger. That just allows the same sort of thing. Jackson has to block that part of the board if he thinks that's the most dangerous bingo lane all of a sudden. He can't do that really with that turn. So Cesar had some ability now to possibly keep that R lane open, keep the S lane off of Joey's open. So there are some outside shots he can get. He needs to start thinking about what are some reasonable ways for me to get back in this soon. And I think this idea of Gen is a pretty good idea. The letters A, C, E, and O have definitely a lot of bingo possibilities, especially paired with that R off of Egger. Josh, what do you think about this?
Yeah, he's basically in a worse position than when he played Call. He's behind by more. The board is more restricted, and things are getting really dire. Play like Jen might be the best he can do. He might also be considering, well, Jackson tripled. Maybe down the line, I can open up that triple and catch Jackson with some bad tiles, like playing something like Canon, Canon, and IN might be on my radar.
Yeah, so he plops down Jen, doesn't pick up the tiles he kind of wanted there. And if you're Jackson now, this is kind of just continue scoring. Don't do anything stupid, essentially. If you have this large a lead, just keep things tight and you should be fine, from his point of view at least.
And this seems like an innocent play, Hugh. But what that does is pretty remarkable. As we were talking about triples, I mean, Jackson got a triple this game. Cesar would really love a triple to come back. The play of Hugh prevents that top right triple from ever being opened. It puts the H right below the lane, and it prevents Cesar from ever trying something there. So it does look innocent, but these are the little things, like I keep saying, little things that these top players understand about the game. And if you're looking to improve, you can always visit the website that we keep plugging. Let me see what it is.
Scrabble.zone/info.
Thank you. You got to it before me.
Yeah. If you commentate enough nights, you will remember that link. Just like if you watch enough nights and like this content, you should remember that link. So Cesar wastes no time, plops down Chewy. Really the right idea here. He's going to need that sort of big play plus 2 bingos now to come back. So get one of those 3 things and hope for the other 2 in the next 2 turns. And he did actually draw some good letters, so maybe he can get towards that.
There are some jokes to be made here. The CEO of NASPA, John Chu, is definitely a Chewy person. I can't do an impression of our favorite Star Wars character, but that's another joke that I could have made that I didn't make. So yeah.
Yeah, we're not going to make the jokes. We're just going to point out all the potential jokes.
I think Sean Abassi can make the jokes. I think we're good. We're good with that. He's been killing it in chat. All of you have been killing it in chat. Really appreciate everyone's input. Wonder what's going on here.
I love all these attempts. Jackson sees, or not Jackson, excuse me.
I see what he's doing now. I see what he's doing.
Sees out earn on his rack, but there is no place to play it. So he tried Anno, he tried Ido, he tried Antidote Dough, all of the possibilities, and he realizes he can't play it.
It's very sad for Cesar.
Yeah.
Hey, let's. I think it's already that time. We can get some Fs in the chat. F. I don't know if anyone gets that reference, but if you do, it just means sorry. Like, too bad, you lose.
Got it. Well, in the meantime, while he is figuring out how to groom his rack, being down 165. Remember, if you want to get Scrabble Go on your phone, just use the QR code at the bottom of the screen. Just scan your phone, and the downloadable version of Scrabble Go should be right there on your phone. This tournament is brought to you by NASPA, the North American Scrabble Players Association. If you want to learn to play like these players, or us, the commentators, join the organization, and hopefully after pandemic, you'll be able to play a lot of cool events coming up.
I really love what Cesar just did. He has his U, the worst tile on his rack, and he's just putting it. Scrabble Go lets you just hover your tile above the board. He's just looking for a spot to put it. He finally finds the best spot for it, Gen U and NU. And yeah, that's probably as best as he can do here. Get rid of his worst tile up to bingo this turn.
Yeah, and Jackson has the blank now for a second turn and didn't draw the letters he needed to get a good bingo, so he's just going to play off the F and the W. Wife looks like a perfectly reasonable play to me. he is in good shape to win this game at this point and doesn't want to spend too much mental energy knowing that we will likely go to a game 5.
Mm-hmm. And Cesar, does he have something? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't see anything right away. If you see something in the chat, feel free to point it out. But he's also wasting no time playing ante, maybe even trying Anter, I guess. But yeah, if I'm Cesar at this point, I just don't want to waste too much brain power here. I know that Jackson is up so much with not enough tiles left in the bag or not enough space on the board, really, that I just want to get this game over with and focus my mental energy on the next game. Although he does make a really cool play when you're down by this much. Opening up that triple lane for a bingo is a cool idea.
He's still fighting. Jackson might just drop his X, Rex, and EX. Yeah.
So we want to ask the chat, do you guys see any 8-letter words with Jackson's rack?
Oh, he just played his X, but his rack was KNOSX blank.
It was not playable to be clear, but there was one 8-letter word with those letters.
Someone found it. Muskoxen. Beautiful, beautiful.
Nice job.
Plural of muskox. Nice job. Tar-heeled fish. Beautiful, beautiful find. Yeah, it's just one of those crazy words that you just really hope to be able to play one day.
Yeah, and so I actually forget, is wifer a word or no? I forget the back hooks to wife.
No,
I know wifey, wifes. It's not good.
Wyver is good, but not wifer.
Oh, wyver. That's the word I'm thinking of. Yeah. So then outring is not a possibility here, which is a shame. It would have been nice for Cesar to have gotten that bingo and break 300 points.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, this is really just at this point making plays. The first game was incredibly close and exciting. The next 2 games really went Cesar's way. Now it's Jackson's turn to put the beat down. The obviously not literal beat down on Cesar. They're good friends, if not just rivals. They're still good friends. And Cesar's time is running low. He's going to have to make a play soon. He might go over time. It doesn't really matter. When you go over time in Scrabble, every minute you lose 10 points. In tournament play, if you go over by 10 minutes, normally you just lose the game on the spot because it just takes too long. But I think Cesar is going to have some sympathy for the viewership at this point, and he's not gonna put us through that. Does anyone see a possibility for Jackson? Let me see the chat. He has decent tiles. I don't know. Okay, so
yeah, I always want to think outsync is a word, but I don't think it is. So I won't suggest that. I guess I sort of did though, so I shouldn't have even said anything. But it looks like Cesar has played Fug, and Jackson is.
Oh, I see. Very nice.
What's he trying?
Trying like Zinkus.
Zinkus. Wow, that's such a cool idea. Man, so Zinkus, I believe with a C rather than a K, is a valid word.
Yeah.
So it's a really noble effort. It might even be good with a CK. I'm not sure of that.
No.
But okay.
Not. But he doesn't even have any bingos here. The top suggestion is oink and go, but that would open a triple, and there might be time for Cesar to get a huge triple and get back to the game. So you never want to make that sort of play unless you're toying with your opponent, which Jackson is not. He knows his opponent is a very strong player. From the 10 losses in a row in tournaments or 9 losses in a row. He knows that Cesar at least has his number and is also an extremely strong player, and he could easily get a triple there.
Yeah, so another good idea by Cesar. He doesn't have the S, and he assumes after a play like Gunk Jackson would be holding that. So he blocks that lane, but also creates a lane that's more favorable for his own letters.
Jackson quickly is considering Oka, maybe OI and Oka. He's close himself to a bingo. Probably seeing if there's, once again, that one tile play. He's looking at all the possibilities to see if he's going to draw something in 2 spots. It's also useful to block some of the hooks on KA, because Oka only takes an S hook, Oka's. KA takes many, many more. What is it? B, E. I'm not going to go through all of them, but tons of them.
Yeah, so if we could look at the tile bag, actually, that would be good to just see what Jackson might be considering here. So the B, yeah, for abiosis could definitely be a possibility in a lot of different spots on this board. I guess the N for Sinopia or the P for Sinopia could come down off of the TE spot that Cesar created a few turns ago. So this definitely does give him a few options, but I think he's going to elect for OI, which gives him more bingo possibilities.
Perfect sense. He's really trying to win by as much as possible to give himself the confidence he needs for the final showdown. We're going to have a game 5, folks. Yeah, Cesar's just going to go with anything, honestly. He still doesn't have a bingo. And he's probably realized that Jackson must be close to one himself. Probably not much he can do about it. He might just play off the AT as he's doing right now, keeping a very good lead. Let's see what happens. So, oof, TN draw, not what you want to see.
Yeah, not fun with that rack. But entrant is a word, right? So he has that.
Oh, true. Wait, does he? Yeah, entrant. Wow.
Yeah, so he's entrant. So he could play that off of TE if Jackson doesn't have a bingo here.
This is sad. Jackson sees sailboat. That's gonna block.
Well, he's going for even more points. Oh, it's the same amount of points actually for Abrosia.
Or Abomasi.
Oh, is he doing Abomasi? Nice.
Yeah. Does that block entrant? I think it also blocks entrant. Yeah, I think everything blocks entrant, which is just a really sad finish for Cesar. He did finally draw a bingo.
600 with ZP as his final 2 letters. Actually,
he's not even going to be close to that. Well, actually, Cesar looks like he's just going to give him a spot for it, because really at this point it doesn't matter. Oh no, that doesn't even fit. I thought he could play Zep through the E.
Yeah, he might be Z stuck here.
Yeah.
Oh no, there's an A for Abomasi. Okay.
Yeah, but if Cesar blocked that A, Jackson wouldn't have been able to play his P. But that's doesn't matter here really. We're going to a game 5, and this point differential does not matter one bit. So they're just ending the game here, and what an exciting game 4. Not really. It was very one-sided. But game 5 is going to be just as exciting. Cesar goes overtime. He loses 10 points. And I wonder if we're going to take it off. We get our word from our producer to see if he's going to lose 10 more points.
So we just got word from our producer, Will Anderson, that Cesar is being deducted 10 points. Doesn't really matter, though. Jackson ties up the score 2-2, which means we're going to a game 5, exactly what we want after seeing 2 sweeps the last 2 days. We will take a short break, but we will be back soon.
Woohoo!
So Focalize might be an option for him off of the F in safe.
Oh, that would be superb to just play the R off.
Well, amazingly enough, so he must be looking for something else. He might be trying to set up his Z right now, which is a cool idea.
Ooh.
I wonder
think
what
he's just going for a huge.
He has Focalized. He got it. He picked OC. So we will see if Cecilia blocks that play. This could be a win for Eric if Cecilia doesn't block Focalize here. He left one tile in the bag. So if Cecilia makes a play here and doesn't block Focalize, he will go out next turn. This would be an incredible win. Cecilia doesn't have a lot of time. Oh, and she's not going to block. We'll see if that's enough points.
Well, okay. I mean, let's just... She hasn't played yet.
She has 4 seconds left, though. She plays it.
Okay.
With 2 seconds left on our clock. But it will be a 10-point game. Within 10 points, I think, right?
Oh my god. Look at him shrugging. He's like, well, I almost did it. Cecilia's smiling because she knows it's not enough. Oh my god. That's incredible.
What a game.
My name is Jackson Smiley. I'm from Toronto, Ontario, and I've been playing Tournament Scrabble for over 10 years. I got my start back in middle school, and then I went on to win the North American School Scrabble Championship.
My name is Cesar Del Solar, and I am a tournament Scrabble player. I live in New Jersey currently, and Scrabble is a huge part of my life. I married a Scrabble player, I have tons of Scrabble friends, and I have a Scrabble website. The website is aerolith.org, and it is a word study site for Scrabble players and for players of other word games.
What's up?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Game 5 of the third quarterfinal match of the NASPA Tournament of Champions presented by Scrabble GO. We just saw Jackson get a big triple in this game to rally back to a 2-2 match. Josh, what are you looking for in this final game of this match?
I'm looking for whether a tie will do something incredible.
Yeah, if you were keeping track of the games in the chat, it would actually be great if you could post the scores just so we can keep track of the spread right now. If a tie did happen, we think that Cesar might be slightly ahead, but it would be good to confirm that if you have those scores. It looks like the players are ready right now, so let's cut to them and let's get underway with Game 5.
Okay. All right. So it looks like Jackson is first.
Yep, and he is holding all consonants. Josh, I assume you'd probably exchange here, but the question is, what exchange?
I think actually the one Jackson has right now is the one that's looking the best for me. The THS or the HST leave, if you want to say it alphabetically, is versatile. It's not the best leave for bingos. I think the best leave for bingos was ST there. But HST just keeps that H for scoring. The H is good with other consonants. Don't be too worried about keeping 3 consonants. So I really like this. And he already has Thistle aligned for next turn. Let's see what Cesar comes up with.
Yeah, so Cesar has kind of a weird group of letters. Normally, you don't want to break up that Q and U just because alone, neither tile is great, and together they are pretty good. But his best option, aside from if he didn't want to play those tiles, I think had to be exchanging. So instead, he breaks off his Q with his U and plays VUM. I think this looks like the right play to me. It keeps an O for OVUM as a possibility. Would you do this, Josh?
I would hate it. I would hate it. I mean, you really want to keep that QU. If you're going to keep that Q, I might just exchange all the way down to the Z before doing that.
Interesting.
Yeah, I really don't like that. But who knows? This is a position where the AI machine, the engine comes in handy. I couldn't think of the word engine. This is a position where Quackle comes in handy. It can really give you the averages of what you might want to expect after your plays.
Yeah, I would lean towards VUM here, just because you have an O2. If you have a Z, right, you're creeping a Z, so that could score a bit. And yeah, that's what I would lean towards. But Cesar goes with Josh's kind of thinking and goes with the exchange, and that gives Jackson an easy bingo to start off the game after 2 consecutive exchanges. So it's a great start for Jackson. We'll see how Cesar responds. He picked up some good tiles, so do you see any bingos right away? Or no?
I don't. But I might be wrong. I've been wrong before.
Yeah, I don't either. So Zaz is immediately jumping out to me as a possibility through the S in Thistles. He could also play Zeram, which it looks like he is lining up now. Both seem like pretty good options. Would you go with one of those two, Josh, or something else?
I like Nizam, Zeram, Mirza. I think Mirza is better because it doesn't put that A right above that triple letter score. XI could go there and a host of other very nice scoring plays. So I would do the anagram of Zeram Mirza to not create that big spot, but it's definitely close.
Yeah, that's a good point. And he hasn't played it yet, so he might be thinking about something like Mirza now. One other thing Mirza does over Zeram is the S in Thistles could make an 8-letter word ending in S, but Zeram, the Z only takes an A after it as a 2-letter word, whereas the M takes all of the vowels after it. So it definitely, if Cesar is looking for bingos, Mirza could also be better in that way too. But he elects for Zeram, still a really good play, and there's a lot of game left, so he doesn't want to spend too much time with it. And that leaves Jackson now with a clunky group of letters, but also a 40-point lead. So I would take that most of the time.
Definitely. Yeah. There's not much to do here other than I think Pirog, Pirog, and PE, because that not only sets up the QI for next turn on the I. So the E in Thistle, if you play down there, that I will be right next to the triple letter score. So you might be able to get your QI down for 31 next turn. Or if you draw an I as well, you can play Pirogi and QI. So that's the play I'd be leaning towards right now. I'd also like to mention a very quick segue here that I calculated, and Jackson is actually up 17 points of spread.
Wow.
So because of that, if this game is tied, which is a very, very, very unlikely scenario, I think 1 in 200 games or something are tied, something like that. If that does happen, Jackson will actually still come out with the win. So, I mean, we were saying that the spread differential doesn't matter, but if in the last game Cesar played a little bit better in the end game, it's possible that if this game ties, then it would have made all the difference. But it's obviously just grasping at straws. Very, very unlikely here. So he plays Gorp, which is it's a good idea.
Yes.
I didn't really
Cesar
see that.
responds with Joanne's. He also had Jackanets, it looks like, through the T or either T in Thistle, but especially the top T. I'm actually not sure which scores more, but I'm assuming he just played the one that was higher scoring of those
Yeah,
two.
I think Joanne's must score more at triples. The J and hooks Thistle, 92 points. Jackanets looks like a nice 82 with my quick maths. Yeah, so that's a really cool word. Joanne's is also good. Johannes. It's a coin. It's a Portuguese coin. It does not lose the S. It's one of those words that needs the S to be a valid word. There's no Joanne or Johan. I think I once played Joanna or Johanna. I wonder if Zev Kaufman, if he's still in the chat, if he remembers, but I played it against him. I seem to remember getting away with a phony. Just like that. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So Jackson just played Sync, which is the newest, I think, without U word, or one of the newest. I guess Kayak might be even newer, but really key word that's kind of changed Scrabble the past few years, and a really good play there. Cesar has some good tiles though post bingo draw. And it's a great thing for him because Jackson has a very small lead, and if he was slowed down by bad letters, Jackson could really do some damage. But we're in a neck-and-neck game right now.
This is what we wanted.
Yeah, so I saw Harry off of Zaram and Gorp making Hag and Emo as a possibility, but Quackle points out Helitry, which is a really nice word, through the O in Joannes. I would probably prefer Harry just because Helitry does make a lot of easy bingo lanes, and Cesar might interpret after Sync and Gorp that Jackson's probably starting to groom his rack towards something. But what would you do here, Josh?
I kind of agree with that sentiment. The other suggested play, the third suggested play, is really cool. It's Motherly. That's probably not the best play. However, it's a really cool fit. The reason that it's not as good is it doesn't score as much, and it creates an easy spot to play. You can see the H in Motherly would be right next to that triple word score. But he plays Helitry, which I don't blame him for. I do understand the idea of not opening any bingo lanes, but hey, maybe it'll work out for Cesar. It looks like Jackson's very quickly finding inertiae, which is a very useful word in Scrabble. If you have too many vowels, it's not going to score that much, but it's a bingo. Bingo's a bingo, and Jackson's going to take a small lead here.
Yeah, I mean, if you put any of those tiles on the board without a bonus, like inertia that you get for inertia, I don't think you can even find that many points. So he'll take it gladly, and that gives him a slight lead. And he also picks up the X, which could be a nice tile coming up on this board. Meanwhile, it looks like Cesar is plopping down Verb. I thought was
verbs. Yeah, verbs. Definitely verbs here. The S is the second best tile in Scrabble, behind the blank. Estimations that were made in all of these in the computer age of Scrabble seem to estimate the value of S between 10 points and 15 points. And that's not the tile value. That's what the tile is, quote unquote, worth on average. So if you're ever playing a game and you're wondering if you should put an S onto a word, if it scores less than 10 points more, then it's hard to say that. But verbs will score 18 more points than verb, so it's definitely better to play verbs here.
Yeah, although it definitely is hard to get rid of that S a lot of the time, especially on certain boards. Some boards, the S can be really unvaluable, where there's no kind of pluralization opportunities or anything like that. sometimes, especially if there are kind of two S's left in the game and you're holding one of them, it feels really weird to even take those 10 extra points for the S just because your opponent has the only S in the game and could do some sort of crazy setup you can't block. So it is sometimes hard to part away with the S, but I think here Cesar makes the right move, plays it, scores a bunch of points, and takes a 15-point lead.
In the chat, Annette asks if Gorp does take the S. It does take the S. So that is obviously something to consider if you want to keep the S for the hook on Gorps. But I think in this position, not only the extra points in this close game, but also leaving fewer consonants on your rack is a big consideration. So I really like the play of verbs. And Jackson's going to come right back with at least a 40-point play here, I think.
Yeah, so he has fax as an option directly below the first three letters in inertia. That definitely scores a lot. I'm wondering if he has any setup opportunities here, just because he does have some high point tiles that could kind of disguise a big X play. He could do something like that.
As we see, the fifth suggestion is Fumet, Fumet. That will play on top of inertia, making MIEN and TE, and that will actually set up mix for the next turn if Jackson really wants to do that. And Jackson is definitely fond of setting up his high point letters. And we're running a simulation here because it's actually quite interesting. If Jackson were to play fax for 47, that would give back tons and tons of scoring opportunities for Cesar, whereas now it's actually not that easy to play on top of foe. Unless you have the tile that Jackson keeps, which is the M. And so that's why these players are so good. Jackson notices that it's likely he'll be able to play there next turn. If not, Cesar will play there, but for not that many points. We're seeing Nard scores 30 points. So a great play by Jackson, not setting his X up, but setting his M up.
Yeah, exactly. It's an even cooler idea here. You could score now and potentially give your M a lot more value on the board. It's just hats off to Jackson. Really, really great Scrabble play. So what could Cesar be thinking aside from Nard here, which he already laid down once?
Well, he did have a God darn aligned on his rack, which is a little funny tidbit there. That's not a word, but it could very well be one.
Yeah, or if you're an Office fan, Andy Bernard's nickname was the Nard Dog, so he could have that, but unfortunately that's also not a word in Scrabble. Yeah,
that's hilarious. Yeah. Wow, what a reference. I think now that's the number one joke on the stream, Morris. I think you really took it. I mean, come on, like, how do you come up with a reference like that? That's amazing. Any Office fans out there? I'm sure there are.
Yeah, well, we got some Nard Dog comments in the chat, or at least one. So maybe Carter's an Office fan, but so one other option that Sean Abbasi points out is Dragon. I assume where Cesar is playing God right now. That's definitely a good idea too, and it looks like he's right now looking at that. Cesar
we might have some fireworks after this play. That really opens a lot of stuff up. That's really cool.
Actually, though, Cesar probably could be thinking about what is Jackson holding after foe, just because he did not play fax directly below inertia. So Jackson probably likelier to be holding the M than normal in those situations. But Dragon is just a really nice play equity-wise. I don't blame him, but it is a cool thing to think about how likely it is for Jackson to be setting up his M on that turn.
Right, and if Cesar did think that Jackson is setting himself up, Nard would probably be his first choice, but he's probably not 100% sure of that, so why not create even more spots to go in the next turn or two to counteract the possibility of that spot. So I really like the idea behind Dragon. And MAUT, definitely the right play here. It gets rid of the U and also scores the maximum amount of points. So great play for Jackson. He scored 80 points in 2 turns, which is just as good as one bingo and one fishing play. So we'll see how Cesar responds here. He has Void and Gid. I think that's the obvious play that comes to mind. Is there anything else you see?
Well, he had Dove set up. I'm guessing he would have done that above the O and the N in Dragon, but that does score a bit less, and the E is a better tile to keep than the I. So it looks like now he is going towards Void, which is appropriate because in Scrabble, Void just
knew you'd
means
go there.
a type of game that there's no challenge penalties. You just don't accept any phonies, and so Scrabble Go is a void Scrabble game. No phonies are allowed. We are avoiding any possibility for that. So he might go with void, which is a good idea. Video could also be a possibility.
Yeah. In the same spot. In the same spot, it plays with GIE and ONO, and it scores more points. There's also an even amount of vowels and consonants remaining. So it's
This is a neck and neck game, and those are the kinds of things that can just slow you down enough. Meanwhile, Jackson is playing off both his E's. I'm guessing because he sees the amount of E's unseen to him, he doesn't know that Cesar has 3 of those, but it does score a lot, and he had a really good draw for him. So he looks really close to a bingo.
Nice find by Cesar. I wanted to ask you, how is it possible for Jackson to see the E's unseen to him?
Yeah, fair enough. Good point. So is peopling should be a word, right? Through the P in corp.
That's a great find, yeah.
So peopling could come down
really
next turn.
Really huge for Jackson, oh my god.
If he sees it. I'm actually, are there other bingos here? Feel free to point out more in the chat. That's just the one I saw.
Reposing. Sorry, everybody else go ahead. I mean...
Yeah, aside from the 2 we already pointed out, if they're the only 2, we're sorry. Feel free to suggest away in the chat.
I mean, we should obviously fill the silence anyway, Morris, but...
Yes, that's fair.
So Deviled was a really cool find. I think that's probably the best play Cesar has here. He's they're neck and neck here, but after Jackson's next play, Cesar is going to be really on his back foot. We'll have to see what he does. What he draws even.
Yeah, so Cesar takes a 2-point lead, but we should see one of those 2 words come down. I'm guessing Jackson would do reposing if he sees both, just because peopling could give back a big play on the triple, or a much bigger play just because it leaves the double letter score open. Yeah, I would be surprised if he sees both if he'd choose peopling.
Yeah. What else is being suggested? Epigones, which is definitely not as good as either of the 2 plays there, but nice find, Roger. Pigeons doesn't seem to fit. Paragons isn't a word. Yeah. Paragons is a word.
Yeah, okay. Paragons is a word.
He's trying a long pipe. Is that it?
Yeah. I don't even know if that's valid. It's such a no. Okay.
It's the word in peopling, but he's misremembering it, I think.
Got it. Yeah, blowpipe, but not long pipe. So he could even try, if there's a bingo through the E in Thistle, he could try to do something there, just because it'd be harder for Cesar to fork the board in the same way, I'm guessing, but that scores so many fewer points. I think he has to go with one of the 2.
Right, definitely not worth it at this point, I would say. I think reposing, I don't know, 6 points. That's a lot of points to give up when the game is so close. But it is a lot safer. However, one of the things to consider is if you play peopling, it does just basically guarantee someone's going to get a big play to the triple word. using the double letter that the P is now reposing on. But that W in EEW is also a factor there. Something could happen from that W anyway, so it might not be worth sacrificing so many points. We'll see if it plays any role, because Jackson just had a pretty bad draw. So it's Cesar's turn, and see he's going to be looking to find something to keep himself in the game here, because he's down by a lot at this point.
Yeah, if we could see the remaining tiles in the bag, this is a really important turn for that. So you can see there are 18 unseen tiles. That means there are 11 tiles in the bag and 7 other tiles on Jackson's rack. We know a lot of those vowels are on Jackson's rack, so he has 2 A's, 2 U's, and an O. But if you're Cesar here, I mean, you need to, one, open a few more lanes in the board. Right now, the only available lane is the W from EEW. And I guess also the S possibility of pluralizing corpse, but he doesn't hold the S right now. So he needs to think of, how can I open a few more lanes, and what kinds of words can I go for here?
Yeah, I mean, there's also the possibility through the N and the G in reposing, but those are all very unlikely spots. So he's probably going to be thinking, how can I open some more spots for myself? I'm not seeing anything great. He might just opt for scoring, because Jackson can't always block everything. But it is going to get really difficult. Jackson's going to play defensively next turn for sure. And we'll see if Cesar manages to draw something miraculous. Maybe it's not miraculous at this point, but it's looking really good for Jackson here.
Yeah, I mean, one play you could even consider here is vow, just down from the V in verbs if you really are unconfident and you're trying to just get the S at all costs. Just because it's really hard for Jackson to block that well without sacrificing a lot of points, and can get rid of some of the clunkier tiles on your rack all at once. But he's going to go for the scoring route, which also seems like a perfectly good option here. It's just trying to figure out what's my 1 or 2 shots to win here. All of these sort of low probability win moves are really tough to evaluate in certain situations. So won't seems pretty good, I guess. Is there any other sort of crazy setup he could try doing, Josh?
No, that's the thing. I mean, he could play wit through the I in reposing. That sets up his E. It sets up for white. It sets up the T for twit. But I think that's too little. I really think that's too little and too easy to block. So I think really that's the best he can do, unless he does something like you considered of vow, which can lose the game on the spot or miraculously pull back into it. So I think I like this decision by Cesar. He really needs to just hope for something. He has, I think, 1 more turn after this to make something happen. As we see, there's only 7 letters remaining. Jackson's going to play a couple of them, a few of them, and Cesar's going to play some himself. So, wow, VAU. Are you guys seeing that?
Yeah.
Suggested play. That's. I mean, that's exactly what you said. Like, so prescient, Morris. You said he should play vow, and that's indeed what Jackson should play here. That's not necessarily, but it's a crazy, crazy cool move, because he holds the only remaining hook tile to that word, and this turn or next doesn't matter too much. He can. Oh my god,
he's doing it. He's going for vow. Jackson, disgusting, man. How does he find these plays? I mean, the one downside is Cesar knows that Jackson's holding the S at this point with that play.
What can he do about it? He can't really do anything.
Well, it could be just enough if you're trying to figure out if there are like 2 potential ways you have an outside shot of winning, and they're both using the complete other side of the board. If one of those uses the S and one of those doesn't, that gives Cesar key information. So I don't know even if that's true in this case, but that is the one downside I see to this play of vow, is that it could give Cesar key information, which you don't want to give him.
He's considering it. He's considering Unao, which is actually a very good idea here as well. It's not so crazy like VAU is. It does block some stuff, does set up his S. and it also just it really the best thing about Unao, which is was it a 2 or 3-toed sloth? I really don't care about definitions at this point. I just care about this game. This is really, really crazy. If Jackson played VAU, I mean, Cesar's play is POCK, but after Jackson plays Unao, I don't know if that's the right play for Cesar because all of that space is now gone. So this is coming down to this very oh my god, he plays it. What a play. Incredible play. Hey, it might not work out. Cesar is going to play Pock most likely. I saw a
could you
German.
set up what hooks are there to purr? I just see Cesar has perk as a possibility. There's not. Yep, good call. Yep. He didn't have that last turn, but I knew it didn't take the S or any of his other letters last time.
But it's very good ideas thinking about a counter setup in these positions.
Or Peck, actually. PEC could be a possibility.
Yeah, but though he knows that Jackson has the S.
Oh, right. Yeah, in that case. Good call.
But I think Pock is the play. Like there's going to be 2 unseen tiles. And it's really going to come down to what Cesar draws after Pock. I don't think there's any other play to consider here. Just anything. Something from the C he's about to put down on the board. Maybe something with the G in reposing, something through the E in Joannis. Just something that will score enough to outrun Jackson's monster play that he's going to have with VAUS. It's actually not, he doesn't have anything great at this point. He can only play maybe Soya. So I think what Jackson might do after Pock is, since there's going to still be 2 tiles left, he might just drop his Y tile with OY, as we can see the O is already on the board for Pock, or just YE with the E in Thistles and the E in Joannis, and leave that one more opportunity to score on the next turn and just hope to outscore Cesar's bingo, which basically he has to fear Cesar has. So I think that Pock is really the only play here. Maybe there's a suggestion that Quackle has that we're not considering, but I think it's either Pock or Peck. And
I guess
it's got to be Pock, I think.
Yeah, with 2 eyes unseen. If there's only 1 eye unseen, I think purr actually is a very reasonable idea there. But yeah, given that there's 2, that's probably just a bit too risky. I don't like this idea of Bach. It just doesn't score enough, I don't think.
Yeah, it seems to block, but really Jackson can just play SOUK. He's just basically giving Jackson an opportunity to score a lot of points, but he's only down 50 points. So that might not be enough. VAUS SOUK, that scores 45 points. That would put Jackson up 75 points. So any bingo that Cesar would have after BOCK and SOUK would win the game.
I guess what letters are left in the bag right now? We should actually try to figure that out.
ABDFIILOSUY. So it's not looking great, but there's still a lot of opportunity with the ENRT leave. But yeah, Bach is a very interesting option. Honestly, I wouldn't count it out of the running, because it doesn't. The thing that Bach does is it blocks the W and EEW, but it creates an even better spot with the C. However, Jackson might not even have to deal with that. Like he could just play off 1 tile, or he can block the C, because that's definitely going to be the biggest spot after Bach. So it's getting really, really tricky, and Cesar's clock is dwindling. This is come down to the wire, I think. Like, I don't know what to say. This is going to be crazy, whatever happens.
But I think this is the turn, right? You want to spend an extra minute on this turn. You either have a bingo next turn, you don't. And if you're Cesar, who's a really good player, you will see that bingo almost always. So I don't blame it at all taking a bit of extra time here. There's a lot to consider. He's considering, that's really interesting. If he plays okay, that doesn't score quite as much, but it does leave a really juicy bingo lane for him. It does give Jackson a bit more flexibility to not empty, though, is the issue.
The thing is, if I were Jackson after okay, I would just plop down the I for Poi POI and set up his S once again, which would just be like, for Cesar, just be like, oh my god, what am I gonna do? But again, it really depends on the score here. Cesar's only down 50 points, so those really cute setups, like the one Jackson just made, might not be enough to outrun. So Pak
Yeah, this
comes
is, I think,
down,
the right play.
and he
Let's
gets
see what he draws.
oh
Clarinet.
my god.
He has
He has
clarinet.
clarinet. He has what
Integral.
does he have?
He's integral and triangle.
Clarinet.
And triangle.
Oh my god.
So
So
it's
if
your
Jackson
Jackson.
plays OY for 18, blocks clarinet, leaves one in the bag, he only takes a 32-point lead with OY. Triangle scores 70 points, and I'm thinking that's enough. I'm really thinking that's enough. So this is really going to come down to whether Jackson decides to go all out in blocking as much as he can with something like GUY guy for 14 points. That might be his only path to victory here.
Yeah, could we see the
Wow.
tile pool from Jackson's perspective just to potentially see what he has to be thinking about here? So the two tiles in the bag are FB. So Cesar really avoided probably the two tiles that are least friendly for bingoing. And Jackson has to be worried, though. I mean, I think there has to be other bingos available, even without those 7. But
A ladder and tree nail, I don't think so. Available with the B and the F. Yeah.
Finagler,
possibly.
right? Isn't Finagler?
Yeah, with the B
Yeah,
and the
so-
F. Yeah, you're right about that.
Yeah, so I
That's
think
what
he
Jackson's going to be doing for the rest of almost the rest of his time. Honestly, is he's going to be trying to anagram all the 9 tiles that remain to see what's being threatened, and if he comes up with something like COYAU or GUY, that's going to block almost everything, maybe everything. I don't even know. Yeah, this is wow. This is really going to come down to this next play. Pak was, I think, definitely the right play for Cesar.
Oh,
And
for sure.
He really drew what he wanted. Yeah, I'm really thinking that Jackson's first going to be looking for what's being threatened, and second, going to see how he can deal with that. If he can outrun it with 2 plays, or if he can just block as much as possible and pray that he's not missing anything.
Yeah, and one option he could even do is Unai. He put down Unau last turn, UNAU, but UNAI could definitely be something in the same vein here.
Yeah, from where we're standing, that wins. From where we're standing, Guy wins, Koyo wins, but Jackson does not know. I think DUI and ID and NU and GI, I think that's also a really good bet for Jackson, but he might be looking at the K. Maybe there's a bingo at the K. So whoa. He's considering just playing the O, which blocks both clarinet, triangle, and integral.
And doesn't empty the bag.
And it saves Saeed for 51 points on the next turn. So that'll be a 2-turn score of 57 points. Probably still not enough.
Oh, but he changed it to no. Integral could still fit there if he does that.
Oh my god. Yeah, let's hope he doesn't doesn't play that, because that would just be a game losing mistake. I mean, what else is there? I really need to see what
I think
what's
NU is the
possibly
same
unseen.
is the idea you want to do there if you want to play in that spot with one tile. So he's changed it to NU now. Maybe he saw integral as a possibility. But that blocks clarinet, that blocks triangle, that blocks integral.
Can
So
we get
NU
a simulation here, maybe an Ask Championship player? Is that something we can ask for here, because that's really going to tell us very clearly. So we're in the middle of simulating the position. We're asking Championship player, which is Quackles endgame what do you call it, algorithm, excuse me.
Yeah.
So he has NU down that would also block, and he plays it before we can even figure out if that's the best play. So he plays NU, he saves Saeed for next turn, he draws the B, which is also useful. And I think this might be it. I think that was the game-winning play. Do you see anything Cesar can do here?
Yeah, so this is a good question. So there's one in the bag. From Cesar's perspective, it'd be good to show Quackle just to sort of see how he could approach this. Although a lot of this, like Cesar doesn't have enough time really to think this out, but he could kind of backwards infer based on Jackson's last play what is the likely tile in the bag. I think if you're Cesar, you probably are going to assume something like the F is the last tile. And you need to start thinking about, one, is there a good way to block a vow and score enough points in another turn, next turn? Or two, is there another way to set up bingos? I think he has to be thinking here that he needs to do something that blocks vow if he just doesn't see bingos, just because it's going to be really easy for Jackson to block any one tile setup he makes.
We're seeing that possibly UT for 4 points is being suggested, but I don't actually think that's right. Cesar's time thing about oh wow, so the reason that UT was the best play there, we're hearing from the producers, if he draws the O, he gets both collinear and NUN through that with that C in POC, and Alienor or aileron with the spot that UT will create on the 15th rank. So a similar idea of Ag with the time dwindling down. It doesn't seem like it's going to work, but he probably had an idea there, and it looks like Jackson's confident that he's going to win now if he plays SYBO. He's just double checking because this is the most important turn of the game. I know we were saying the last turn was important, the turn before that was important, but this time it's really the most important turn of the game. I wonder, Morris, if your mic is off, because I can't hear you. Is my mic
off?
Oh, no, I can hear you.
Okay. I think it's on.
So he's just being totally sure here, I think, with body, that he's not letting anything slide.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that he isn't doing... I get the logic, but I'm surprised he's not keeping a word that he can use the vows hook. Maybe just body scores more than anything else.
He hasn't made his play yet, but...
Yeah,
obviously that would... But all he's trying to do here is win. So if he's keeping SAKI and AITS, those are unblockable.
Yeah, so this makes sense. He keeps Soya.
Dib and bag, because that keeps Soya and VAUS. But it looks like Jackson's going to come out with this one in an incredible end game, pre-end game. This is why these players are so good. They both give each other chances, the maximum amount of chances to win whenever they can. And Cesar is just going to have to make a play very quickly. His time has run out, and he's just shrugging. He knows that he's lost the game. But what an incredible showing by both players. Jackson having to win 2 games in a row. Cesar just playing beautiful Scrabble by both players.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, these last 4 turns, essentially, those are the kinds of plays that only the best in the world can do. Something like POC. Well, actually, first, vow. What a crazy idea to set up your S like that and give you that much leverage. Then a play like POC to realize you need to score enough and give yourself the opportunity to bingo the next turn. Then a play like New, seeing that Cesar could have bingos through both those spots. All of this is just such crazily good tactical Scrabble. And then when you saw Dib, that was probably Jackson making 100% sure that Flinter isn't a word, because Flinder is a word.
Yeah,
so
Flinder, Flinted, right? Like so many words look like that, and you can't check word. Oh my gosh. You see the
Jackson,
flex.
either shaking hand out of sportsmanship or like saying you're gone. I couldn't tell.
Let's consider that it's the former.
Yeah.
Just for for our sake. Amazing match. Oh my god, I'm so glad that I was able to commentate this tonight. Morris, what do you have to say? I mean, you said it all. Incredible plays all around. I think Haint is the play in the first game, the only winning play that set the tone for the rest of the match for Jackson, knowing that he's capable of winning.
Yeah, so I completely agree, and I'd love to hear if our producer does have time. It would be great for Will to quickly talk to Jackson and Cesar about that last game. So we'll cut to them now before updating you on what's in store for tomorrow.
All right, testing my audio. Oh my God, that was an absolutely epic match between the two of you. That was a pleasure to watch, even as I'm hitting all my screens here. I don't even know where to start, frankly. I just have this last game up. I guess there were so many moves down the stretch of this game that I could ask you about, but I guess the first thing is, if I'm just looking over this, I guess I'll start by asking you, Jackson, about your play of Vow in this last game. That was, I had it up. I'm running Quackle on my end, and I wondered if you were going to do it, and sure enough, you did. What was your thinking on that position there? Oop, hold on. Just pause. I got to unmute you guys. My fault. Just a second. There we go. You should be good.
Interestingly enough, I didn't like Vow's best as a play. I kind of preferred Unao a tiny bit, but I thought Vow was really cool. Like, it did work out really well. I thought my odds of winning with Unao or Vow were both really good. With Vow, I never get outrun because I have this pretty much unblockable S spot. But there were a few dangers with Vow, which I was worried about, kind of like Pock, where he sets up another lane and I have to deal with that because the Vow and S play combo wasn't quite enough to outrun Bingos, so I'd still be inclined to block. That's why overall I actually prefer Unao, but Vow was just, it was a nice thing to have.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's totally defensible. And then from Cesar's perspective, Pock comes down. Cesar, you agonized a little bit about that. We were very intrigued also. I think we agreed that Pock was probably the best move there, but we were intrigued by Bach that you had put on the board. What was your thinking between your play of Pock and potentially playing Bach instead?
I guess I should have played Bach. I felt like
no, I don't think we necessarily think that. I'm just wondering what your thought process was there.
I feel like if I play Bach, then he can do whatever he wants basically. So he can just save that S hook for the next turn if he thinks that I might have a bingo through like reposing, which is not a very good place to bingo through. You kind of got to get lucky to bingo through it. And I do triangle, right? But
you drew clarinet and triangle, yeah.
And he blocked it with a one-tile play.
Yeah, and
Crazy.
Jackson was going through the. I'm sure, Jackson, you were going through the pool. I think the pool consisted of Cesar's rack, which was retinol or latrine, all of the 7-letter words in there, as well as a B and an F. So I'm sure that you had identified a lot of the words, including that nasty rack, which Cesar actually had there, which bingoes in 2 spots. So I'm sure what was going through your head when you played that U on that midterm?
I had like typed out the A, B, E, F, I, L, N, R, T, and then I just was going through every combination. I just went through all, 36 combinations is it? Whatever. And I just tried to find all the bingos I could from those 36 combos. I may have missed a couple. I don't know. I saw Phi Brand at the very last minute. I was about to play GO from the G and reposing, and I was like, oh my god, Phi Brand would play. So that's why I switched to NU because it still blocked clarinet. It still blocked all the racks basically.
Yes.
It was so I was pretty, unless I missed a bingo, I was pretty confident in NU.
Yeah, we really like that play, and Cesar, that had to have hurt to see Jackson make that play, just because you have the bingos in multiple spots, and you know that if Jackson succumbs to the temptation of cashing his his S on that turn, you're going to win. You're going to outrun him with the bingos there. But Jackson, very disciplined, blocks the spot for both of your bingos. I know it. I've been in your shoes, and I know it hurts. But Cesar, you played awesome all match. We were just amazed by the Contemned and Renminbi 1-2 punch in
Yeah,
one of
those were
games
awesome.
earlier.
Those are sweet, man.
This was just a total treat. You guys played really, really well throughout. I guess if I was going to look at one other turn, that's probably that would really hinge. This match really hinged on this turn. I would suggest that I'm bringing it up on screen right now. It was the turn after Jackson plays his J in game 4. That was so interesting. I know it's just one of those moves. Yeah, so Jackson, you played your J, just your J, in a situation in game 4 where your other tiles were LIMEST. So you had a wide open B in the triple lane. You were surely looking at that and loving your chances of hitting an A or an I or even N's and T's and R's. Yeah. Oh, so, Nimblest. Sorry, not a T, an R and an R. So you have a ton of things that hit. So Cesar.
Yeah, I was about to play Jam, and then I was like, oh my god, the B is actually so good.
The B is so good. So Cesar, you clearly, we were watching. What was your thought process there? Because you had a bunch of blocks on the board, and ultimately you did decide to play off the Q. We can go hindsight reasoning on this. It's absolutely a defensible choice to play the Q there, but that cannot have felt good in that situation. What were you thinking there?
Well, I mean, I was thinking that I was thinking it was pretty unlikely for him to like bingo if I just play the Q, let alone through the B, and then let alone it'd be a triple. Like that was just like how often do you triple through a B? And of course, like he wouldn't play one off if he didn't think he had a decent chance at it.
For sure.
But I think he has antidote. That lane is set up. I figured like, okay, let's say he bingos. I can probably get something like, I don't know, enameler. I'm just kind of like thinking, actually, I don't even know how enameler would have played. But if he bingo sometimes and opens the board, I can probably get something. But the problem is the Q. Like I really wanted to play. You saw me lay down like Berm and whatever. But I wasn't even worried about triple. I was just like trying to play off more letters because I hate the Q and I want to score and keep the Q or just dump the Q now. And I figured like, well, he just might not bingo, so I'm okay with just dumping the Q and taking one more turn.
Well,
and,
look,
bingo wouldn't have fit. I think Limeus didn't fit anymore, or elitism, or whatever.
Yeah. Amazing. It really was the perfect storm in Jackson's favor and against you there. Obviously, if you do not have the Q, you're going to have every incentive to play on that triple lane. So Jackson making a really, really nice play just to create a huge threat. And he caught you with exactly the wrong type of rack where you have this Q that you'd love to play. And that was a huge turning point. We were on the edge of our seats to see what was going to happen there. And that was definitely what swung game 4. But we could talk about game 1 being incredibly close. We're already past midnight Eastern time. But so I'll just conclude this interview portion by saying thank you both for amazing 5 games of Scrabble. I hope everybody's enjoyed watching. Congrats to Jackson on advancing. Commiserations, Cesar. You gave a great show. And with that, I think I'll throw back to our commentators. And we'll have them sort of see us out today. What a really awesome day of Scrabble.
Yeah, I'm so glad to hear from those players what they were thinking. I mean, it echoes a lot of what we were saying. But yeah, just completely amazing series. Morris, what do you have to say?
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't ask for more from this sort of event. We kept seeing sweeps, and although it ended shorter, I mean, we just want to see more Scrabble, and this is exactly what that was. And not only just Scrabble, top-notch Scrabble. The amount of precision that these players made every single turn, you saw it. Even the plays that backfired like QI were completely sound and probably would be what we do. It just didn't work out 1 time out of 10 or whatever. So with that, Jackson Smiley advances to the semifinals, and he is going to be playing our the winner of our match tomorrow, one of Austin Shin or Lori Cohen. Josh and I will be back tomorrow to commentate. Josh, what are you going to be looking for there?
Just some more Scrabble. I love Scrabble. I just, yeah. Does everyone else love Scrabble? I think you do.
So lastly, before we go, just a reminder, QR code for Scrabble Go is at the bottom of the screen right now. Use that to download it to your phone. This event's brought to you by NASPA, the North American Scrabble Players Association. If you didn't think you want to join after this set of matches, I don't know what would cause you to join otherwise. Besides that, please look at the two charities. We'll continue to post links in the chat to donate there. They're both great. We really hope you do that. Finally, a few thank yous. Thank you to Will Anderson and Christian K for producing the event. Thank you to Josh Freeman for doing all the social media, Judy Cole and NASPA for helping out along the way, Scobly for being such a generous partner, to my co-commentators Andy Hong tonight and Josh Sokol, and lastly to the 8 players. We've now seen 6. Thank you so much to Jackson and Cesar for bringing their A games tonight. We hope Austin and Lori can bring a similar match tomorrow. Have a great night, everyone.